This club is kind of the lighthouse of amateur sailing.
This event is the best sailing event I've done ever.
You know, this is the top Corinthian fleet in the world, and if you make mistakes, you're going to pay.
The Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit. It celebrates amateur sailing at its finest.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, it really sets a great stage for bringing it, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team.
I would say this is the most prestigious event. Should be on your bucket list.
Two thrilling races inside the pressure cooker of Narragansett Bay yesterday bring us to this pivotal fourth day at the 2025 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. And today the race committee is taking the fight outside into the open ocean. And our defending champions from San Diego lead now for the fourth day straight. But in a no throw-out scenario, this thing is far from over. So welcome to our live coverage. And with me here, Andy Green, my co-host, and on the water, Allison Chenard, bringing us. She's our eyes and ears on the water, so she's going to give us what's happening outside today. It's good stuff. But before we get going, we'd like to thank our title sponsor, Rolex, for bringing this great championship to us and to the world and to the clubs out there, and also to our regatta sponsors, Helly Hansen, Peter and May, and Safe Harbor Marinas. I'm Dave Reed, Andy Green, Allison on the water. Woof. All right, Andy, let's get to it. New day, what's going to happen?
Well, I tell you, after yesterday, the race committee did a super job of getting two races in that dying northerly breeze. They were all the way up in Narragansett Bay by Halfway Rock, and it was a variety of conditions over the last few days, but yesterday lighter with a changing tide, so tactically very tricky. We saw Itchener have a great race. They got the last of the inbound tide, banged the right-hand side and won. And for the little club that could, we were all very happy for them. New driver, J70 world champion, and new tactician in Roger Yeoman, and so they did a great job. Good, congratulations to Itchener, that little club on the south coast of England. The second race, the breeze died right at the end, and that was crucial moments for the Royal Canadian Yacht Club, who ended up posting a 17th, having been pretty reasonably up, but they jibe set out of sort of 7th or 8th, and it crushed them. And that was really the tale of the turf over the last few days, is one race really hurting, because the same for the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. They got a 20th in race 5, and they had a bit of a tussle with the umpires. They did a penalty, then they had to do a second penalty. Maybe they didn't have to do it, but they posted a 20th, and that was a big problem for them. So that leaves San Diego Yacht Club with 29 points, 17 points up with 3 races today. Really, it's San Diego Yacht Club's race to lose. Jake Ladow, the driver, it's theirs to lose today.
We should take it to some highlights, because there was plenty of them yesterday.
Let's watch it.
Expect lighter winds. We are much better in lighter winds. I hope we were much more confident during practice days. So we hope for 2 or 3 races.
And the reason we wanted to come really badly is I love the New York Yacht Club. I love Beth and all the team and know them really well. So it would really be nice to come one more time again for myself, but I also wanted Dictionary to be here.
Well, it felt amazing. I didn't really believe that it was happening until we crossed that line and we heard the gun. Everyone was very focused up until that point, so when we crossed that line and everyone just started cheering, it was a pretty amazing feeling. Well, I was told that it was an amazing event, obviously, before I came, but I didn't really quite realize how amazing it would be. I was very shocked when I came, as everything that goes into it is quite amazing, and all of the organisation I'm very taken back by. But I'm very impressed by the whole thing, and it definitely puts a spark in my belly for the rest of my life, really. Like, this is what I hope that I can continue doing for a very long time.
And we always felt that there was pretty good pressure on the right, and we thought it might be slightly right rotated, and the tide was splitting towards the top, partly going down the left channel, partly going down the right channel. We felt confident we might be right. That's all you can do, isn't it, right, in sailing? So we pushed on, tacked across, and laid the mark. And it was a great moment, I think it's fair to say. We were all very happy, as Barry would say. And we got a really nice headed pressure shift.
Super excited to win the day today. I think we got a second and a six. The six was like almost a three, so it could have been even better. But yeah, got off the line really well in the first race. Second race, didn't get the line well, but had a good escape and got to kind of the front really quickly. Kept our boat going fast, and I think our tactician did a great job today, hitting all the shifts. Yeah, went really well.
Well, Eastern Yacht Club, one of the two Marblehead clubs, won the day. But I think the standout team, we can't ignore Corinthian Yacht Club, which won the final race of the day, right? And they were the outstanding team all summer long at these lead-up events, and that was their day. So
yeah, well, I'm pleased for Tim Wadlow and their team on Corinthian Yacht Club. Although, to put my critiques hat on, they were winning all the way through this season here in Newport, and so I guess they will feel they've slightly underperformed under pressure here when they came to the Invitational. So I think they'll probably go back and scratch their heads, because they had such a good season where they won the Nationals and a bunch of regattas here. So San Diego, who were really down in the dumps over the season, have put their pedal to the metal and are doing fantastically well. Here are the overall standings. That's the scores on the doors for you. 29, 17 points ahead of Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. As we said, they have strung together a fantastic regatta. Long-time supporters here of the Invitational. And while we're in the countdown, let's go down on the water for our insight with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Alison Chenard, paint the picture. Tell us the scene. What's going on?
Hi guys, happy day 4. Out here we have a flatter sea state. This is our course from day 1, but a flatter sea state than we had the first go around. It's about 10 to 13 knots out here out of the northeast, and everyone's lining up to leeward of the line here. The sea state, Johanna was telling me from the Swedish team, she said there was just no time to take a break, as a mental break as a driver. So we're going to see some calmer ocean to begin with here. We did have some positive dolphins join us. That was a great call to receive over the radio. There's marine life on the course. In foiling boats, that's a concern. We don't try not to sashimi out here, but in these boats, it's just a nice treat. So we got the blessing from the dolphins, and we are going to settle in for day 4 here.
Wonderful. Thanks, Alison. We've got live pictures from out on the water, as we say, on the ocean course number 4, 1.3 nautical miles at 055. So east-northeast direction, the waves and the breeze coming down Buzzards Bay. We've got onboard cameras. Here we are with the leaders, San Diego Yacht Club. Their goal to keep it clean today. Jake Liddell there on the helm. A little tight with... it looks like, is that Royal Canadian Yacht Club yeah, Royal Canadian Yacht Club making it difficult for them. New York Yacht Club just to windward in bow number 6. Ooh, Royal Canadian don't look like they're going to be able to make a decent fist of this start, and it's a very thin start here. New York Yacht Club looking very nice. Great pictures on board, and here we go. There's the fleet. There's the committee boat just to the left of screen. Bow number 17, the Royal Cork Yacht Club, looking like they're wanting to win the left-hand side as we go for the gun. Here we go. The boat's just accelerating now. Bows down and then pop it up as the gun goes. A little bit of line sag, but looked good towards the pin there. And we will get you some Velocitech data. A little bit scraggly in the midline fleet there. With we don't have everybody on the line. Maybe a little bit of bump, but so good to get the variety of conditions in Narragansett Bay. Outside when it was super bumpy on the first day, light and flat yesterday, and then middle conditions the previous day, and today back outside with flat conditions. There we go. Royal Cork Yacht Club got pretty much the best of the start. 7.3 knots speed, only 2.2 meters off the line. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. Royal Thames getting a nice start as well. So we'll probably, that gives us the indication that they are free on the start line to get best speed and as close as they possibly can. Oh, look like a couple of boats going back there.
There was some returning in, yeah. And this is the beauty of this Velocitech technology. You know, this is a game of centimeters now that we know on this line, and every single team I've been talking to in the tent every night after sailing saying these starts are just crucial because everybody's pushing it. They know exactly when they're on the line. They've got the red light, green light thing going on, and that's just making it harder and harder for teams to get off, not just clean, but fast. And I think that second stat, that's the key one there.
Looks like maybe a penalty for New York Yacht Club if we've still got Alison. What was your takeaway from the start there, Alison Chenard? Go for it. She's on her way up the race course. Well, if we get her, we'll get a summary of her starting situation. But it definitely looked like on the track, we've got New York Yacht Club doing a penalty. And interesting here how the tide, beautiful pictures. Look at that. We've got Royal Cork still on the left-hand side. And what do we got on the leaderboard here? Royal Irish, Eastern, San Diego, Japan Sailing Federation, Royal Cork, Royal Thames, Costa Smeralda as they now sail upwind. We've got some boats now peeling away to the right-hand side on port tack, and we've got half the fleet going left. So split tacks as they head upwind. We've got the top of the tide in, what, an hour and a half?
This is one of the great things about, well, obviously Newport being the sailing capital, but in this event, the ability to move the races inside the bay and outside. And, you know, talking to the sailors from Corinthian yesterday, you know, a lot of dinghy sailors, college sailors, they love that inshore course because it's just connecting the dots, connect the puffs, we call it. And that's right up their mindset. And that, you know, talking about the difference when they go offshore, about just, it's a different mentality of just going fast and getting to the edges and seeing kind of where you come out. And here we go again, you know, split fleet, left, right, 50-50, who's coming out here.
Top of the tide at pretty much midday. 12:01 is the top of the tide, so it's really slackening off. Yeah. I shouldn't imagine the tide is too much of a factor here.
Yeah, big difference today than the first day when we were outside. The breeze was on the first day was strong easterly, so it had much more fetch, bigger waves. This one more off the land, so we're going to get a lot more in the shifts and puffs, and obviously much flatter water. Different setups on the sails and the boat handling for the cruise.
So the tide is just going into Narragansett Bay. So at the moment, the tide mostly is going, well, left to right a little. Where's the main flow? Is slightly against them, and then there's a flow going around just a fraction of tide against them, but it's really very minimal, 0.1, 0.2 knots, very slow indeed.
All right, so quick thing on the points here. Remember, San Diego, in years past, and this is probably a common theme across all these long regattas that we sail, is, you know, 5th place is fine. You know, just keep shooting for the top five, and, you know, so they've had a couple outside, but the race wins has helped them. But again, with Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, you go back and look at other than that 20, they're clearly, you know, in the top 5 every single race. And so, oof, what about it? We would have that 20, but we're moving on from it, and that's what the team has done as well. And they gotta win some races here to make that deficit go away.
Slight gains we're showing on the track on the right-hand side of the race course. That's where the Royal Irish Yacht Club are, Eastern and San Diego. But the problem is, if they don't get back into the right, they are running out of runway on the starboard ley line. So if the boats on the left-hand side that we can see, bow 17, that's Royal Cork Yacht Club, who are punched out on the left-hand side. Just to leeward of them, Royal Thames, and just to leeward of them, that is Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. So if these boats on the left can get over the top and just get to the boats on the right, but at the moment they are looking like they're a few meters behind, 10, 15, 20, 30 meters behind. The right looking like it's favored right now.
What an awesome look. I mean, like, matched boats, matched sails. This is pure, awesome amateur one design racing. And, man, there were some people that thought about this a long time ago. And luckily we have now in studio Commodore David Elwell, this your brainchild, and a lot of work of a lot of people to get this class going. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
What do you think? What do you think as you look at the pictures here? What's going on outside?
Oh, it's spectacular. I mean, it's racing at its absolute best. The combination of outside and inside, it couldn't be better.
Take us back to the creation of this Invitational Cup. The impetus was for why did this need to happen?
Well, it really goes back to 2005 when I was involved in starting the New York 42 class. The club has had a long history of one design classes. We had 22 members that decided to buy the New York 42. At the same time, I had a desire to create an international regatta for the club. When we were able to get 22 members to buy the New York 42s, I thought, wouldn't it be a wonderful venue if we could do an international regatta around that fleet? And to the good graces of the members, they were willing to charter their boats to people that they didn't know to take them out on a race course, and the end result was a spectacular Invitational Cup.
We're now 9 editions into it. Wow, it seems like a long time ago. Boy, Andy.
And the theme was amateur.
Absolutely. The first event, we did allow one pro on the boat, and at the end of the event, we did a survey with all the competitors, and everybody up and down said, let's eliminate the professional. And that was the only significant change from the inception.
And you managed to persuade all of the private owners of the Swan 42s to lend their boats out to these competitive amateurs.
Well, it was that was the miracle sauce that permitted the regatta to happen, and not easy to convince people to take a brand new expensive boat and let somebody else take it on the race course. But fortunately, they saw the wisdom in the event. And in addition, Rolex very early on saw the wisdom in the event, and it's been a great partnership and a great event.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to come back to you with a question about the progression to the IC37s in a moment, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about some of the history of the New York Yacht Club fleets. But at the moment, we've got eyes on Corinthian Yacht Club heading to windward. They're on the left-hand side, and it looks like the left has not paid right now, and we're just starting to see the boats tacking and coming in from the starboard side of the racecourse, which looks like just a little bit of a gain. And San Diego Yacht Club are now very much in the boss seat. They are crossing most of the fleet. Their only issue is that we can see them just under the lee there of Corinthian, who we're on board with. And San Diego, I think they're okay though. Is that them tacking away? No. Someone's just tacked away onto the right-hand side. So they're now making their way towards the starboard ley line. Maybe the left has just started to come a bit better now as we clear out breeze. And in these flat conditions on the ocean course, dirty air, very bad. You want to keep away from bad air. So just a small left-hand shift just at the end here. So this may give a little sniff to the Royal Cork Yacht Club and the Royal Thames, who started at the pin, banged the left-hand side. They didn't really bang it, but they played the left-hand side. This is far more tactical and nuanced than it is taking a corner and going for it. So it looks like the right just starting to soften a bit, and the left shift coming back in and giving a sniff and an opportunity to Royal Cork, Royal Thames, and very close. It's going to be the next 2 or 3 minutes. Crucial moments here, particularly for San Diego, who are coming in from the right-hand side. If this left-hand side continues to be good, that's going to be bad news for San Diego Yacht Club.
But one of the great things so far we've seen this week, new teams keep popping up to the front of the fleet every once, so they make their appearance in here, at least currently in the rankings, and looking pretty strong where they're set up. The Royal Irish Yacht Club, which is a new team this year, and man, they got to be happy. This is their moment. Just like Ichnor yesterday, you get your just a bow forward of this fleet, and all of a sudden, all sorts of things happen for you. So, helming this boat for the Royal Irish Yacht Club, David McGuire and tactician Schaefer Guilfoyle. Got that right. Gary Cullen is on the boat with John Durkin, William McGuire, Dan O'Grady, Trudy O'Hare, Nathan Van Steenberg, and Fiona Walsh.
Well done, Dave. I'm always a little bit nervous of reading an Irish name and then trying to pronounce it, because the spelling is often quite different from how you should actually say it. So well done, you. Yeah. Here we are on board with San Diego Yacht Club. They look like they've got some pretty clear air. They're doing a nice job, and I think the boats on the left-hand side aren't quite making it up to them. So they are clearing and crossing. Just talk to us about some of the crew on San Diego, Dave, as we are on board with them. And we've got pictures now of the boats from the left-hand side trying to dig in, and it does look like the right-hand side has come good.
Well, before we talk about San Diego, we should talk about the helmsman change for this year. I remember Tyler Sinks was the last champion helms for this team. Jake Liddell, the tactician, happy to take the tiller this time around, and clearly knows what he's doing, surrounded by an incredible team of trimmers and crew that has been working towards this thing. But tactician Adam Roberts, an incredible sailor as well. And so Jake, he likes his lobster, we're told. And it was baited that before, after last year, what he wanted was his second lobster. And the team here at the club was happy to oblige him last night at this New York Yacht Club lobster slaughter, you might call it. Man, there was many lobsters given to a bunch of hungry sailors. And so congratulations to Jacob Dow, the helmsman, winning this thing 4 days in a row and getting his second lobster. Fantastic.
Very good. Well, he's racing upwind now, and he's got a belly full, and that is showing here, because they are currently just ahead of the Royal Irish Yacht Club. They're not quite on ley line, so we've got another couple of tacks to go. We're going to talk us through the windward mark, and hopefully we've got Alison up by the windward mark, who's going to be able to talk us through. We've got a great spectator fleet out today. The members have all got their boats out, end of season, just to use the boats, just a few more weeks before they get put away for the winter. And here we go. Jake Liddell now just trying to tack that boat very nicely, as the whole crew in unison now. It's about building boat speed. They've done the right thing here by tacking on top of the Royal Irish Yacht Club, who are sailing along. There's a little bit of bow down, so they're trying to go fast just to make sure that they can tack and get into that starboard position when they tack for the final line up to the top mark. But this, good news here for San Diego Yacht Club fans. And they've just got to be able to get in amongst that, just ahead of all of those boats that are coming in from the right-hand side. Oh, it looks like they haven't quite managed it. Royal Irish have had to duck here, and it looks like San Diego also having to duck. And it maybe is that the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club? Yes, it is, who managed to find a little sniff of something on the right-hand side. This is going to be very tight. Eyes on him, very tight indeed. They've got attack. He's just squeezing it all the way up to the Irish team to get themselves on the ley line. Keep it safe. That is the crucial thing for these West Coasters here to try and get their second win in a row.
Whew, slotted right in there, didn't they?
Oh, brilliant pictures. And the clarity with this northerly air, the clear skies, the fluffy white clouds, blue skies, lovely to see. And that was great.
And this next group jumping into action soon as we set these kites. The rest of the crew for San Diego, David Dempsey, Max Hutchinson, Nick Martin, Rick Merriman on the main trim, the amazing trimmer.
Yeah.
Andy Ryder, Lucy Walsh, and Kara Voss. Solid team.
Rick Merriman, the secret source of the New York Yacht Club Invitational. How many times has he won, Dave? Four times already.
Which some say might too many. He probably should get paid for what he does here, but that would go against the spirit of the rules, right, Commodore?
Absolutely.
He's only sailed in 4 of these regattas. How many has he won? All 4 he's sailed in. I'd like him on my team. Thank you very much. Royal Irish Sailing Club just having to push their bow up there. Can we go down to the water? Have we got Alison? Talk us through this windward mark. Looks tricky, but San Diego got out of it. No problem.
Yeah, it was a crowded one, but we don't. Unlike some other roundings that we've had this regatta, there's not a clear pack pulling ahead, so it's all very condensed. And we've got a lot of sport boat sailors out here, some J70 sailors, star sailors, and they love this kind of racing. So they're not pros. This is a Caribbean event, World Championship of amateur sailing, but they love this kind of tight fleet, tight pack racing, and that's what we're seeing right now. We've just had the Royal Irish do a jibe set, so they are going to go seek out what's happening on course right of our race area here, and everything is condensing very nicely for an exciting upcoming downwind leg.
Excellent. Well, thanks, Alison, as we now head downwind, and beautiful pictures here from the windward mark as the boats hoist. We've got the myriad of flags, so it looks like maybe we had a spinnaker swap right there for, is that New York? I think that's is that Eastern? I think there may be a spinnaker swap about 18. Yeah, Eastern had a spinnaker swap, so they don't have their flag on. That's the only thing. Oh, look at that. Pretty much all the boats heading on starboard. We had one jibe set at the top, which was the Royal Irish Yacht Club. I don't think that's a terrible call, the jibe set, to be honest. I think there looks like a nice bit of breeze out on that top right-hand side. You can just see the water a little bit darker, so maybe that's something for the Royal Irish, but you have to be sure for the jibe set, as the Canadians found out to their cost yesterday. They jibe set and lost 10 boats. It was, frankly, a disaster for them on board San Diego Yacht Club.
Yeah. Well, out front here, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, which we talked about, has to win races to keep this thing into play. And it was fascinating talking to the tent last night with his team and Peter back on the helm. But the young Duncan Greger, buddy, almost looked like 12 years old, a young kid. It's a tactician, and we paint the picture that it's the helm and the tactician doing everything. But the kid was clear to point out that he is surrounded by supremely talented older gentlemen that know how to make this boat go really, really fast. So making his life easy, right?
21 years old. It's the problem with continuing to come back and do the commentating and the announcing for this. I get older, but all the sailors seem to stay the same age or even get younger. Yeah. So 21. What a good lad. Yeah. On board with San Diego Yacht Club. Okay, David, just talk us through the decision about the IC37, the design, and the theory behind it, retiring the Swan 42s and moving on with a new design.
Well, what was happening with the Swan 42 boats after 10 years, and it's natural with any fleet or group of boats, there were owners that were deciding to do other things, and boats went on the market, and the fleet was beginning to get scattered. And it became very, very apparent in our attempt to get some boats back to Newport for the regatta that eventually we were going to have a problem. And to the incredible thanks of the club, they were able to put the 37 together, and it's the first time that we have actually had a club-owned fleet of boats of this size. Commodore Dewey Isdale had got the club involved in the sonar racing, but the idea of buying a fleet of 20 IC37s was something that no other club had done. And obviously it permitted the regatta to keep on going. It's permitting us to do the women's regatta next year. When the boats aren't being used for the IC37, they're being chartered to members. It's all around been a wonderful success.
Yeah, very good. And Mark Mills did a super job of the design, and I'm sure we usually get him watching, probably from some super yacht in Sardinia where he's sitting sunning himself with a cocktail. I think it's a bit windy out in Sardinia this week for the Maxi Worlds, but that is the opposite of what's going on here. That is fully pro. And here we are with the amateur teams from some of the best yacht clubs in the world. And here we go with Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. The tacticians giving it a head scratch. That's definitely one of on our bingo card of tactician body language.
Oh, the head scratch is a new one.
The head scratch is a new one, actually. Who had that on their bingo card? Lift the hat slightly, scratch the head, put the hat back. Okay, he's decided that the head scratch means we've got to go for a jibe. And I wonder whether that jibe set from the Irish is going to be good for them. I just saw a little bit more breeze there as they're coming in towards the bottom mark, and we'll see how this all shakes out as we come towards the bottom mark. It's only we've only got a minute or so to go down to the bottom, and the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club pretty much on ley line there. Let's have a look at where those bottom marks are. Anyway, they're very close to ley line as we come to the bottom, and it's going to be very close here. I think I'd like to be coming in on starboard if I was coming into these bottom marks, because the boats have compressed very close indeed.
Jibs up, things getting ready. This Royal Irish Yacht Club may not come out too bad out of that breakaway.
Yeah, that jibes.
They got to get through a lot of boats, and that may be their trouble.
San Diego don't look like they've got a huge amount of breeze right there. They're still showing as leading.
Tense moments here. Again, you know, San Diego, they'd be comfortable just doing what they're doing, right? You keep them top 5. They can win another one, fantastic, but that is probably not at the top of their priority list at the moment. You know, we're looking for that from Hong Kong and Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, which we haven't mentioned yet, but man, they're also, I think, probably another one of these amazingly consistent teams. They had a collision on the first day that took them out, so they got a bunch of redress points that they've been carrying forward that stop today. Today's their final day to take advantage of that. So if Royal Vancouver can put some wins or some top 3s, that will shuffle up the scoreboard as we get into the racing tomorrow for the final day.
I think San Diego Yacht Club are going to be okay. We're on board right now with the Swedish Yacht Club. I talked to Johanna last night, and she was pretty happy. They had some feedback about where they could have done better, and they had one bad race. They had a bad race yesterday, and they were a bit down in the dumps about that.
Well, I said this drone perspective is amazing to show the space that San Diego has around them at this moment, though, huh?
Oh yeah, look at that. San Diego looking very fast.
Yeah.
They look just fine there, don't they?
Squared up right down the middle of the course. Be good to be in their spot, huh?
Well, the track has got Royal Hong Kong as leaders, so there may still be a jibe to go for San Diego, but they're trying to soak their way down to the bottom mark. Looks like a pretty good lead. My concerns over the right-hand side seem to have faded away as the boats come back from that right-hand side. The traditional keep going after you set at the top mark seems to be the right way. Royal Canadian in 10th there, so that'll slip them down the standings a bit. But Royal Hong Kong and San Diego, Royal Hong Kong, got to be impressed with them this week. They've really got the bit between their teeth. Exactly the same team that they had 2 years ago, and it's quite a yacht club there. They do a lot of sailing in Hong Kong. They have a lot of boats. They have all sorts of teams racing all different kind of one designs and others. They have a great yacht club, famous for its pretty legendary parties at the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. I've been to one of them, and I still live to tell the tale.
They're another one of these teams that have this magical mix of veteran sailors on the boat, and the youth, and the mixing, and the passing, and learning, and the knowledge. And yeah, obviously they've been doing that for a long time now, and it's working for them.
Yeah, great drone pictures. That's the Royal Thames, top of picture, and just bottom of picture there, that's the Royal Cork Yacht Club. We've got lots of supporters online today. Great to see you all. We've got some New Orleans sailing fans. We've got all sorts of people supporting.
Yeah, we had a great shout out yesterday. I connected with Ali Bell, who won the Transpac race, and wanted to give a shout out from San Diego that the club is watching and cheering them on early crack of dawn there.
Yeah, great.
Commodore, right?
Yeah.
Commodore.
Any questions you've got, pop them in the live feed. We're on YouTube and we're on Facebook Live. Here we go for the drop from the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. They're going to do a button hook turn. I think they're going to go as we look upwind around the left-hand mark. So let's go down to Alison. It looks like the first two boats have done a really nice job of extending their lead. Alison, Chenard, tell us what you see, how you see it.
Yes, we've got some nice leads from San Diego. They've put some distance on, as well as the Royal Hong Kong. So Hong Kong has chosen the left gate, and San Diego's selected the right. Royal Cork is also going to follow Hong Kong's lead up there. And we just had a course change that's being signaled to competitors by the race committee down here, a 5-degree shift of the windward mark off to the right. So looks like the pressure has shifted a little right, and everyone is making their plan adjustments accordingly.
Well, that more.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that the right-hand side 5-degree shift was all it took on the upwind leg to get those boats in the right, and that included San Diego an advantage. And on the downwind, there was a little bit more breeze on the jibe setters, but the 5-degree shift didn't do for them. And here we go, just around the bottom mark. Great pictures on board. Look at that beautiful symmetry between jib and main as they come upwind on the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. Good stuff. And everyone else trying to get around those two marks, trying to save as much time as they can, squeezing around. Who have we got going around those marks now? Talk us through the mid-fleet going around, Alison.
Yeah, we just had a very vocal rounding on the course right gate between Japan and Illavella, but it looks like they've sorted it out. Japan had to throw in a very tight turn to get inside there. And then Royal Irish right behind them, and it looks like a pretty split decision here overall as a group, and we'll see who benefits.
The Japan Sailing Federation has been having talking to them last night, a fantastic time at this event, and they've had their issues at some of the mark roundings, and I think they keep saying every day they need to calm down the nerves on the boats, because I think this, as we know, in this fleet, the intensity gets you really, really quickly, especially in the corners. And yesterday, that was happening to a lot of teams with the poles going out too early at the offset or going into the offset mark, and that's a point penalty, and even jibing inside the keep away. Lots of places to pick up penalties, and we got umpires on the water, and so keeping things calm is not easy when you got boats piling into these gates.
Yep, going around the bottom mark. That looks like Itchner being a little late on their spinnaker. They still have a bit of a way to go, Itchner, who are going around in 19th, and behind them Royal Prince Alfred Yacht Club. Now, Alison, just tell us, is that a little lighter breeze? Has the breeze lightened up a little bit?
It doesn't feel lighter. I think just that shift off to the right. But I wouldn't say it's gone lighter, no.
Okay, well, there's certainly some bad air down at the bottom marks as those boats try to pull their Traveller up, try and accelerate. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. That's what we want to see. A nice wide drone shot of San Diego now tacking back onto starboard right at the top of the course. And looks like they're just going around to protect the fleet there. And it's really about them shepherding the fleet now, because they basically just want to stay in the top 2, 3, 4, keep their points down low. And Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club are doing a good job of keeping them honest in second spot.
Great sailing. I mean, so we're out what we call the America's Cup course off the south coast of Aquidneck Island, Rhode Island Sound, the hallowed place of the America's Cup. And Commodore, you won in 1967, if I were correct. And,
1967, a long time ago.
If it was. And so, what do you see a parallels here? That was the amateur era of the 12 meters. Do you see a link between that kind of your era of sailing and what you see here?
Well, yes, I do. It's we were amateurs for sure, but we were pretty dedicated amateurs, and in all honesty, I don't think there was an awful lot of performance difference between the amateurs in 1967 and when it started to go professional in '83 or whenever it was.
Well, I've got a question for you, Commodore. When you won 1967, tell us the boat, but more importantly, tell us what the feeling was like on board. What were your emotions?
Well, it was just a spectacular situation. I was 21 years old and in college, and quite frankly, I had never dreamt that I would be on Intrepid. The summer before, I had done a transatlantic in a Bermuda race with Huey Long on Ondine, which gave me some really good big boat experience, and I sent in my resume and said I'd like to try out, and my hope was to get on Constellation. In point of fact, I ended up on Intrepid, and it was a life-changing experience, and the opportunity to see how Bus Mossbacher ran a program and his dedication to excellence was something that I couldn't possibly imagine, and everything he did was dedicated to making the boat go fast and not making mistakes.
Wonderful. Well, I've got some follow-ups on that, but on the screen right now, we've got Mark II, leg 2. So this is the downwind leg. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club fastest on that downwind. They went around the bottom mark 11 seconds ahead of San Diego, just 2 seconds faster, and that's really because they just went a little quicker, and that may be because we were looking at San Diego Yacht Club going low and slightly slower, doing more VMG just to keep themselves in between their main competition and the bottom mark. And otherwise, you can see all some of those stats there: distance sailed, Royal Cork, the least distance sailed, but also at the slowest speed. I love this. I love these stats, and the Royal Thames just about in the middle of all of that, but. We've got, yeah, good stuff there. Great. And so, David, you were able to get your hands on the old mug. You had some champagne out of it at the celebrations. Where was it? Where was it presented?
I believe it was at Marble House, and I don't recall drinking champagne out of it, but possibly that was the case.
Very good. And The New York Yacht Club have got a long history of putting together fleets of boats, the IC37s, the Swan 42s that you've talked about, and just talk about some of the standout one design racing boats that the club have put together over the last 100 or more years.
Boy, you're digging into my memory bank, but certainly the New York 36 was a great class, and there really was just the New York 40. There was just a wonderful line of classes that were actively supported by the members, and all of them really Corinthian in nature.
Yeah, and the New York 50, but they built 9 of those. That was right back in the day. What was that? 19. Anyway, the New York 50, still a lot of those racing in the classic regatta. I thought you'd be able to tell us about the New York 50. You were probably a teenager then.
I don't go back quite that far, but it is spectacular to see some of those boats still on the race course.
And the New York 40, are those the boats that they still sail at the Naval Academy? Are those,
no.
What are those?
No. Well, it's a Naval Academy yawl, not a yawl, but a sloop that was created maybe 12 years ago, 15 years ago.
Okay, very good. Navy 44s, that's what they were. Navy 44s. I think they've been around. They've been around 30 years or so. Those Navy 44s. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Here we are.
Back to the race.
Let's go back onto the race course. Great to get your insight, though, from Commodore Elwell. Thanks so much for giving us an insight into the America's Cup and some of the history of the IC37s, the Swan 42s, and here at Harbour Court, that was big decisions from the membership and the flag officers to get Harbour Court happening in 1987. It seems so recent, but what a venue to stage this incredible this incredible racing and a super place for the New York Yacht Club here, the 25th Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational, as we head upwind. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club still doing a great job. They're just keeping San Diego Yacht Club at bay, and the two of them, I think, coming together, but they've got a very good jump on the fleet now. Royal Cork on the left-hand side, trying to nudge their way in, but they're quite a bit away.
Yeah, we've got, this is that Lure to Mark traffic jam, right? All of a sudden opens up all sorts of space for those in the front group, and man, I mean, this, we can see here from these pictures, this fleet is now fully spread across the race course.
Yeah, not too shifty, reasonably consistent breeze. That was only a 5-degree right-hand wind shift, so not a huge amount there. Here we are on board with this is Corinthian here on the starboard side. They've popped out to the right-hand side, and they're not in great shape. They're in 12th right now on the tracker, and they've had to go way to the right-hand side to find themselves some clear air. And on the left-hand side here we've got Royal Cork, and Royal Cork number 17. The two boats left of screen, that is the Royal Hong Kong and San Diego, who are neck and neck and neck right up at the top of the fleet. And Royal Hong Kong can't do a lot here because they need to push San Diego Yacht Club down the pack. But that's proving difficult for them. San Diego sailing very fast, very well. Jake Ladow and his team, excellent job. What a joy to be here watching some of this fantastic racing. Slated for 3. We're going to get in 3 today, are we, Laura? We're thinking 3. The goal is for 3, but the breeze is probably easing up through the day. The northerly flow will fight against a bit of a sea breeze. It has clouded over slightly, so that would suggest there's not going to be quite such a sea breeze pull. Here we are with the two leaders. Closest to us, San Diego. Just to windward of them, trying to hold their lane is Hong Kong Yacht Club. But I suspect San Diego don't want to tussle with Hong Kong too much. They just want to get these two boats out as far up as possible, right, Dave?
This is exactly what they need to do, and we're sort of, it's fun to speculate in the tent of who could somehow put some points into San Diego's pocket, and that's just impossible when they break away from the group. There's no way of them getting buried in, or even penalty turns at this point. I think they got no space to redo. Anyway, they're wide open here. This is going to be a 2-boat race right on to the end, and everybody else just scrapping for whatever points they can.
They're pretty close to ley line, I think, here. San Diego, I think, are going to have to 2-tack, but they may just lay it. Don't think so. So I suspect that San Diego might just have to do 2 here, but they're more than happy for Hong Kong just to keep. There we go, 4 meters in it. This is. Giddy up. This is a decent race here at the front of the fleet. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Nick Burns on main trim. He's done 8 of the 9 additions. He's the team captain, and he's doing a great job of trimming that main, keeping them super fast. And he is 81 years old. Are we allowed to give people's ages here? I mean, that even beats you, Commodore Elwell.
Yeah.
Here they go upwind. That is pretty impressive. Man, if I'm doing main sheet, 81 and leading the fleet right here. You've got to be pretty happy when it comes to closing time. Very good. Well done him.
That's impressive.
Right? I mean, that really is impressive. I got to say, my dad's 83 and he's still racing swallows, and they've got an 81-year-old main sheet man and a 21-year-old tactician. Man, that spreads the generations.
That was Duncan. Yeah.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yeah, and talking with them again last night, you were saying, the first day must have been so great, so exciting, nice and windy and breezy. And the helmsman Peter Back was saying how whipped he was at the end of the day, how hard it is to sail these boats in that kind of breeze, and how physically beaten he was. And hey, there's an 81 main trimmer saying, he looked at me, he was like, no big deal,
Well done, Icarus, getting our cameras on this port side, following up the top 2 boats, and look at that, nothing in between them, 0 meters, the boats bow to bow. The crucial thing here is, can San Diego squeeze around the top mark? Oh, looks like that is a no. We get our answer straight away. San Diego Yacht Club going through the tack, and they're going to have to then duck. Oh, there we go. They ducked, big duck from them and Hong Kong. What a perfect ley line. Give that 21-year-old tactician all the props and the main sheet man at 81. I tell you, that is staggering. I can't believe that. There we go, San Diego squeezing around the top mark. Let's go down to the water and get the perspective from
that was an impressive call by Duncan there on the ley line. And San Diego, they are some of the best at boat handling down here. Some of the other teams are talking about how, if anyone's got to do a double tack, San Diego knows how to keep their speed and keep it going. So they didn't take too big of a knock in that misjudgment on the ley line. So they are still in the fight with Royal Hong Kong, and both of them have extended their lead on the third boat behind them, number 17, that is Royal Cork. They are making their way across the reach here, and they have a little bit of a lead behind them to number 19, the Royal Thames. And I'm interested to see on this next downwind leg. There were a couple boats that chose to keep their jibs up on the last run, the last downwind leg. And that's the first time that we've seen some discrepancies in that decision. So as the wind lightens, they take their jibs down and make sure that those kites are completely unobstructed from the breeze. But in this kind of middle range here, they might want to keep the jibs up and accelerate that flow across the back of the main. So there were about 4 boats that kept it up last time. Going to see what the overall decision is this go around. But now we have our next big pack coming in. It's very, very congested once again, with Royal Irish leading is Royal Vancouver, and then Royal Irish is in a tight pack with number 5. That is Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, and I can't quite see who's right behind them, but they are all up on each other's tails.
Eastern
looks to be going well.
Eastern is just behind them, and we've got pictures on board the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. Tell us about the boat that you came out on this morning. It's always great to get the perspective from your tow out to the racecourse, Alison.
Yeah, I had a great morning with Royal Vancouver. They have an onboard camera. I don't know if you can see it on your end, but they are the most colorful team out here in some teal shirts and hats. Very easy to spot, but they had a really tough day one. I know you guys have highlighted it with their boat breakdown with a collision that happened before the race that sent them in after the first race. And I was talking to their team today, and they said that mentally that has been really challenging for them. I mean, they're not professional sailors, so the kind of mental agility that it takes to reset, they have day jobs, and it's not their full-time thing. So getting back in that groove has been very challenging for them. But they do cite some of their strengths as being a very coachable team. They selected athletes that don't have big egos, and they are willing to take direction, and they are learning every single day. So they're trying to take it as it comes and get back into their flow, and this seems to be looking like a better race for them. So we're very excited to see a pick-me-up in their scores.
Jolly good. No jibe sets yet. Everyone carrying on starboard out of the top mark. Why is that?
Sorry, was that a question?
Yes, right. Still with you, Alison. Everyone carrying on starboard.
Yep, everyone is in a line here. It seems like everyone's just going to follow the mother duck down the road here. No deviations, and it looks like everyone is dropping their jibs. So we are aligned on that front this time, and we'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, well, we're getting to the top of the tide now. 12:01 is the top of the tide, so 15 minutes. So I don't see a lot of tidal advantage going out here. And David, when you were out here doing the America's Cup, I guess at 21 you weren't making all the important decisions at the back of the boat, unlike our man here with the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. But tide, how important is that out here on the race course?
Out on the America's Cup course, it's not much of a factor, but you do pay attention to it, especially in the starting sequence.
Yeah, jolly good. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club with a 20-meter lead. That's really the two tacks that San Diego Yacht Club did at the top. But Jake Ladow and his team, they'll be very happy about this. We've got the first team to jibe away, the Royal Canadian Yacht Club. They're looking for a little something or other. They've got to find something to get them back into the hunt, because at the moment they're in 12th, 13th.
Yeah, they were having a credible regatta up, I suppose until maybe yesterday's the last race, and I think they fell victim to the same as Royal Vancouver, jibed out of the top mark, thinking there was going to be pressure down the bottom left, sailed to a giant hole, and all of a sudden they're looking at double-digit points. And yeah, that's I'm sure that was a painful one for this morning, but yeah, to Royal Vancouver, I believe their coach Eric Champagne has been working with them through the first couple of days of trying to get the boat reset and back to the settings and getting the team mentally recalibrated. Has done an amazing job getting them going fast. And that 14, they were not happy with yesterday, and here they are, the top 5 again, and wipe away a couple of those. They're a top 3 boat here.
Lovely pictures. What a great day for sailing out here. Race committee chose to go outside today because they felt that, here we go with the jibe on San Diego Yacht Club, and we had Mike Marshall and Moose McClintock the last couple of days giving us insights into what they call there the late main jibe. Try and get the asymmetric spinnaker across the boat before the main flicks across, and that means you can get it flowing easier. There's less trim. You can pop the batten through on the mainsail. Oi, oi, here we go. From the mini helicopter. There we go, the drone shots. That is lovely. Take us down the fleet here with Argentina bottom right. We've got the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. And then in front of them is, who's that? Punta del Este.
Yeah, the addition of the national flags around these kites, Mike Marshall's design, really makes the pictures sing on the social media channels. And on that note, there is a lot of content going out there from the New York Yacht Club on Facebook, Instagram, all over the place.
Hoth jibing. And then just left of screen, that is, I think, Corinthian Yacht Club jibing there. Now, bottom of screen is the Brazilians from Yacht Club de Isabela. In front of them, the Japan Sailing Federation. And just jibing, peeling out of there is the Royal Irish Yacht Club, jibing onto port. They've got a battle with. There's the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda just jibed, and oh, this is great! Look at that, beautiful. All the boats jibing downwind. Nice breeze, decent breeze. What is that? 10 to 12 at least.
Andy, I can't believe at this point we're so deep into this race here. Final leg, you have not given a single shout out to Royal teams here. Top 5, they're the up and down team, but here they're the top 5 again. They started the day with a good one.
Yeah, they're doing great. They're 4th place. Royal Thames, their 250th anniversary this year. That's quite a long time for a yacht club to be around, and they're doing a great job, William and his team. Here we go. Oh, I love these stats. This is the second upwind leg. So Royal Hong Kong went around the top mark 12 seconds ahead. They were 2 seconds faster than San Diego. Sailed a tiny bit more distance, but just did it a little bit quicker. Who else are the standouts there? 161. So Royal Irish and Yacht Club Costa Smeralda picked their way up the course as best they could. The best of the lot at 1.61 miles. But they're just a fraction slower, and you can see the boat speeds getting less as the boats go down because they're usually sailing through dirty air. Royal Thames in 4th. Royal Vancouver still up there. Lovely pictures. We've got spectator boats fleet down by the bottom mark, as we've got the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club coming down towards the finish. They're just holding themselves safely to leeward and ahead of San Diego Yacht Club, who aren't far away there, right? Oh, here we go. There's another hat off head scratch. Put that on the bingo card. Great.
A comment or a quick one here. I mean, as we look at this, I mean, it's been great for us. Great racing to watch. An incredible broadcast. I mean, this is a pretty sophisticated international event the club is running here. It's not just the boat. It really is about the entire thing, the social part, the getting the crews together, everything that happens off the water. The scale of this event today, is this what you envisioned, when you created this class and this concept?
Well, when I originally created it, it has clearly exceeded my expectations. But as part of the creation, Gary Jobson was very involved. Paul Zabatakis was very involved. The first event chair, John Mendez, did a spectacular job. It was his idea for the names on the sails, the burgees on the spinnaker. We put the flags on the stern is when the New York 42s were there, and we made it part of the boat to make it a little safer so that the boats didn't get damaged, but it also was an identifying aspect. Very little has changed. John Mendez thought of the idea of the gold spinnaker for the first place boat. A nice touch.
Yeah, very good. Well, we've had a slight lead change here, and that was why there was some head scratching going on board, because San Diego have just rolled over the top of the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, and they'll be a little annoyed about that on the Royal Hong Kong. So
this is a line by his finish right here. Is Allison, can she see it better?
Yeah.
We are just arriving, so we're settling in here, and we've got a lead change to San Diego. They are coming in at the pin end here, but Hong Kong is going high and fast. They're going to try to feel that breeze from San Diego, and San Diego doesn't like it. They're getting nervous, but if they can just push it through and hold it to the end, this one's theirs in the bag.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Hong Kong don't think they're going to be able to do that. They've just given away too much space there, I think.
Yeah, San Diego's laying. They've got this one locked in. If in a few meters here, this will be their fourth win of this regatta. Unprecedented. Fourth win.
And then behind them, 17 Royal Court. You mentioned the 250th of Royal Thames Royal Court. Google says has the oldest yacht club status in the world, and Royal Thames wants you to know that they are the oldest continuously running yacht club in the world. So we have both of them here with us today, and they're very proud of those stats.
I'm not sure we need to get into yacht club fighting over who's been around longest and the this and the that. My word. Well,
we'll take that one to the bar.
We'll take that one. Yeah, we'll take that one to the bar, and I think the Irish will win.
It's an old sport. This is unsurprising. Yep.
Yeah. So San Diego Yacht Club just squeeze around Royal Hong Kong right at the finish. That's their fourth race win for this regatta. Beautiful job. And Hong Kong Yacht Club, what is that, their 8th race in the top 5 out of 9 races. They've done a super, super job. Royal Hong Kong, Royal Cork in 3rd. And then Royal Thames coming down in 4th spot. So they've done a nice job here. Right behind them, the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. Great race for the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. You can see them coming into shot right in the middle there. And Royal Irish Yacht Club. Don't confuse the Italian and the Irish flags. Crucial difference, bit of orange at the back.
And Costa Smeralda winning the first race of the regatta on the same race course. A lot of races between then and now.
Yeah. Another 2 races today. We've got the Eastern Yacht Club, and then we've got Japan Sailing Federation, all coming down towards the finishing line there. Great stuff. Beautiful scenes. The breeze holding up. Oh, very close. Photo finish there between Yacht Club Costa Smeralda and the Royal Irish Yacht Club. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda just taking it.
All right, again, while we're watching these, the rest of these boats finish here, probably a good chance to talk about this sailing fantasy sweepstakes thing that the communications director here at the New York Yacht Club is running. Those who would like to play legal gambling, right, or odds making. I don't know, what do you want to call it? Fantasy sailing, having fun with numbers. But you can chip in here on pick your favorite. They've got 4. They're giving away Helly Hansen gear as part of the sailing giveaway. And one person is picked each day. So it has closed for us today, but going into tomorrow morning before racing, those who want to to play the fantasy sailing game, head over to the Yacht Club Facebook and social channels.
Yeah, we'll put the link in the description in the Facebook and on the YouTube. Great to have viewers from all around the world watching our live feed here on YouTube and watching San Diego Yacht Club take something of a stranglehold. But now Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club 18 points behind, but they have jumped themselves up on the Royal Canadian Yacht Club. This is well deserved from Royal Hong Kong. They have sailed a fantastic regatta. Look at that scoreline. San Diego leading with 30 points. Then Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club with 48. Royal Canadian with 60. Royal Thames nudging it up into fourth with 61. A bit of a battle for the podium that we're going to have in the next couple of races. Royal Vancouver done a nice job with 62.4. So we got 3 boats very close for that bronze medal position. The Corinthian Yacht Club with 72. Royal Cork in 7th. Eastern in 8th. Royal Swedish Yacht Club. Oh, well, they're just switching those around. We haven't given you the exactos there, but there are the scores from 11th to 20th, and well, what a lovely morning of sailing. Thanks to everybody who has joined us here on the broadcast. Great course 4, 1.3 nautical miles, 060 as all the boats now just finish off downwind. New York Yacht Club not unfortunately with their best race in round 9, the 9th race. They got a penalty at the start. We're going to get you a little more info on that when we get some info from the umpires. And what else have we got? Standouts there. Royal Irish Yacht Club, yeah, nice job in 7th. And the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, their best result in 6th place. Well, we'd like to thank Commodore Elwell for some fantastic insights.
Well, thank you, Andy and David. You do a great job.
Great to have you here.
Okay, great. Well, that's wraps up race number 9. Thanks very much from Dave and I, but mainly Commodore Elwell talking us through the setup, the idea, and now this fantastic implementation of the New York Yacht Club Invitational. Here we are in 2025 with our proud supporter of Rolex, and we are about 10-15 minutes away from the race number 10. We'll be back to you. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back to you in a moment. Don't go anywhere. And remember, questions on the YouTube and the Facebook. We'll see you in a few.
This event is the best sailing event I've done ever.
You know, this is the top Corinthian fleet in the world, and if you make mistakes, you're going to pay.
This club is kind of the lighthouse of amateur sailing.
2009 was the year that marked the beginning of what would become one of the premier sailing events worldwide for amateurs. While Corinthian sailors have remained at the forefront, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup has maintained its ultimate level of professionalism, and in 2023 the event celebrated its 8th edition. Based in Newport, Rhode Island, the New York Yacht Club boasts a legacy spanning 179 years and is widely regarded as one of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs. It serves as the venue where teams from yacht clubs around the world gather biannually for the esteemed Invitational Cup. For the 8th edition of this regatta, 19 teams from 14 different countries were ready to race. Experience is much needed in such a highly competitive fleet, and 17 of the teams were returning to the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, having raced here in the past. The returning teams included the 2 most recent winners, the Southern Yacht Club, who won in 2021, and the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, who took top honours in 2019. As teams and sailors return year after year, lasting friendships have formed, giving this regatta a distinctive camaraderie among the teams.
Yeah, so one of the things I'm excited about the Invitational Cup is that since 2009, we first held and I was involved, you meet teams from around the world and you see them every 2 years and they become friends. And so as much as it's important to be out there racing and competing, that it becomes almost a family that you get to know over the years. So it's evolved. So I was talking to some of the teams today that I've known since 09 and 11. I competed in 15 myself. It's just great seeing them together. They always comment how this is one of the best events that they attend each year. It was a Corinthian event.
Very excited. We've been pent up energy trying to come back and defend our wonderful win in 2019. So we're very happy to be here. But more importantly, the New York Yacht Club do the best regatta in the world of this state. This is just really special. So we're very happy to be here, very honoured that we've been invited to come back again, and really looking forward to competing against our old teams and some new teams that we haven't sailed against. So it's a very mixed emotion year.
This club is kind of the lighthouse of amateur sailing, and everything they do is really good, really good. The camaraderie and the friendships that we forge here in this type of event is yeah, we love it.
What's great about this kind of regatta is meeting people from all over the world. I really enjoy meeting friends. It means that whenever you happen to be in, for example, Australia or, I don't know, Argentina, you call up your friends that you met in New York that one time. So it is a great opportunity to network, and because we sail, I mean, we go all over the world all the time, so it's always nice to have friendly faces around the world.
The solidarity within the fleet is genuine, and ashore the sailors are eager to connect with like-minded people from around the world. However, once out on the water, they're all competing for a trophy that this year was brand new.
After working with the artist and kind of going back and forth with the committee on different approaches that we could have taken with this trophy, Wendy was really inspired by the iconic architecture at New York Yacht Club. And what she ultimately ended up doing was finding a way to incorporate our 3 historic clubhouses into this trophy. So there are a few elements that are really stand out. We have this wonderful punch bowl. It's a really unique shape. It's sort of evocative of maybe a clamshell or even a vessel.
I feel that it's the wonderful faith that the Yacht Club had, and they didn't want something that was spun. They didn't want something that was CAD generated. They wanted something that would sing their song for them. And I was on board with that. I got it. They had a chance they had other people's work to look at. It was maybe more flashy and easier to understand, but they chose me, and that inspires me.
On a day when Rhode Island Sound served up some very shifty conditions, it was time for the teams to hit the water for the opening races of the regatta. The crew from Yacht Club Argentino secured an impressive lead after recording scores of 2-1-2. Day 1 was for the unsung teams, as Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron and Royal Swedish Yacht Club followed the leaders on the day, with all of them setting themselves apart from the pack by picking the shifts that led to clear sailing lanes.
Very happy to finish the day in second. I think we finished 12th at the last Invitational, and we only got 1 podium finish in any race last time. So to get one on the first day, we're happy, and good consistency with a fourth and a third. Want to improve to try and catch the, which team's leading? The Argentinians. They're so fast, so I want to try and catch them tomorrow. So make some small improvements and yeah, come back firing tomorrow.
We had a really good day, but tomorrow is another day. It could be completely different. We spend a bit more time trying to get the boat faster, and we're pretty fast today. So yeah, I think we learned some lessons about trimming the boat. We pay a lot of attention to what the guys at North Face told us. Yeah, I think it worked. We were very fast today.
The Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup has consistently offered more than just racing, with its accompanying social activities serving as the perfect complement. The inaugural day of competition culminated in the Defenders' Night, where the reigning champions from the Southern Yacht Club took charge of the decor, music and menu selection, featuring some of New Orleans' most iconic dishes.
Food in New Orleans is very important to us. You know, it's how we get together and do things and you know, relax during the course of the day. So it's very nice that we're invited up here to a harbor court, that we're able to bring the beignets, something else that you know, we really enjoy doing. The Café du Monde was established in 1862, and all we serve at the Café du Monde are square French donuts called beignets, which are served covered with powdered sugar, and we serve also a very special coffee and chicory that we serve as Café au lait, which is coffee and hot milk. The beignet is a New Orleans tradition. It's something that everybody who comes to New Orleans, they seek out. And the Café du Monde is located at one corner of Jackson Square, which is a very easy place to approach. We're open 24 hours a day, so we get all walks of life all day long. And I'm sure that, you know, if you've ever been to New Orleans or you're planning a trip to New Orleans, your friends will tell you you need to go to Café du Monde.
Returning to action on the second day, the underdogs continued to give the more established teams a run for their money in the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. It was now Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club's turn in the limelight as the crew won the only race of the day. A midday frontal passage and accompanying lightning storm cut short the second day. Despite their forgetful race, with them finishing in 17th place, Yacht Club Argentino maintained their overall lead by 3 points over the Royal Swedish Yacht Club.
The waters sailing outside the Newport is they're really cool. You know, a little bit choppy sea state today, but that makes for exciting sailing. You know, you just need to dial up the boat and go fast, really. I believe we're going to go further in a couple of days, so that'll be nice to try the other race areas, and hopefully it'll do well there as well. We know from experience at this regatta that you just need to keep on doing what you're doing, get good results. If you're further down the fleet, just try and you know, keep at it, get past every boat you can. Usually it's a pretty high score regatta for the winners. So if we just keep on doing what we're doing, we can get a good result. But you know, we're not thinking about any top result just yet. We're just gonna keep on at it.
This is part of the game. This is exactly what sailing is all about, especially in a fleet, on a one design fleet. You know, the time between the first and the last, sometimes you get so close. Mainly on this case, but sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. This is what it's all about, and this is why we love this sport, especially because yesterday we're the winners, today we're the losers. It's beautiful.
I don't want to speculate on any results. I think we try and take it race by race, mark by mark. The competition is so tough here that anything can really happen, and I think there are 19 teams on the starting line and still 19 teams in the contention for the win. So we'll see how we go.
What makes the fleet so even and the results so unpredictable is the fact that all of the teams sail in identical boats. The 2023 event was the third edition sailed in the IC37, designed by Mark Mills. The strict one-design nature of this purpose-built class, combined with the fact that each boat is owned and maintained by the New York Yacht Club, ensures a level playing field not seen at any other amateur big boat sailing regatta.
So this is the second time I've sailed the IC37s here. They're amazing boats. They're so even, and the New York Yacht Club have done such a great job making sure every boat's identical, exactly the same. I mean, coming back 4 years later, and the boats are in the exact same condition. They look brand new, so that's pretty cool.
We really enjoy sailing the IC37s. I think they're a great platform for this type of sailing because they're all the same. They're not overly difficult to understand. To sail them really well is tough, and the competition is so tough that you have to execute everything perfectly, but they're easy enough, and I love sailing one design yachts.
Oh, we love these boats. I mean, they're unbelievable. Like what New York has done to create this one design concept, evenly matched, club-owned boats. It's just amazing. You know, we feel really lucky to be here sailing these boats.
The one design concept has long been part of sailing, and it makes racing even and fair with the skills that matter. In 2023, the Howarth 17s, the iconic racing keelboats of Howarth Yacht Club, celebrated their 125th anniversary. This class, the world's oldest active one design racing keelboat, added an historical dimension to this year's Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, making it even more special.
It's a fantastic honour to receive any invite from New York Yacht Club to come over and participate, but especially this event. You know, we're really delighted to see that the invite came in again. And you know, when we were putting the team together and we were doing the selection trials, and it was just fantastic that I was able to be part of the team that was selected. We've had a half model made to mark the anniversary of, or the quincentennial anniversary of the Haute 17, as well as our participation in this year's Invitational Cup. So we just wanted to present and mark the occasion. The boat's design is similar to that of the America's Cup designs from the turn of the 20th century, so the likes of Reliance and Shamrock. So we just felt there was a really strong connection there. The boat itself is the oldest one design keelboat racing class in the world that is still actively racing, and they'll do 70 events every season, and they've been doing that since pretty much the very beginning.
Howarth Yacht Club was one of the teams that brought together sailors from different ages, and it was heartwarming to witness individuals from a diverse range of backgrounds and with different experiences coming together to collaborate towards a shared objective.
Being the youngest person here, it's pretty cool. Like, I just get to see loads of really experienced people. Loads of people are just really good. Loads of amateur sailors that could easily be professional. I think the regatta itself is really interesting. I like the way that it's completely one design. There's nothing really different on any of the boats. They're all basically down to skill level on who can win.
It's an incredible way to transfer knowledge from different generations, and so getting to go sailing today and have people on the boat who've sailed faster boats for their whole lives and learned in that type of sailing, and have people who did the 1983 America's Cups in 12 meters together on the boat, all working together to accomplish the same goal, which is winning this event, which is incredibly hard to do. It's an amazing experience, and you know, it's just great for the sport and great for sailing.
The third day of action proved to be a taxing one, with wind shifts being as much as 40 degrees, with lanes of pressure next to little to no wind. The San Diego Yacht Club moved into the overall lead with a low score of 42 points, but it was the Corinthian Yacht Club that won the day, finishing first, 8th and 3rd. They moved into second overall, but the leaderboard was extremely tight, with just 8 points separating 2nd to 7th place. With Hurricane Lee projected to pass, the regatta was shortened and 2 races would decide everything on the final day.
Well, we feel like we're stuck in 5th, which has turned out to be a good thing.
You know, we're just sailing really conservatively, trying to not make a lot of big mistakes. And in doing so, we're taking a lot less risks, which maybe doesn't put us in the top 2 or 3. But we're fast, and so we're able to kind of stay in that 4 to 6 range, and you know, that wins regattas. No, it's great being here. Obviously, the goal is very clear. You know, we came here for one reason, really. But no, we're happy to be back. It's a great event. The sailing's awesome, super close, obviously. New York Yacht Club does a fantastic job. We're about to go eat lobster, which is great. So couldn't ask for more.
I mean, a tough day, but we had 3 good starts today, so life at the front of the fleet is a lot easier. I mean, those races that we were in the middle of the fleet, it's just no lanes, no choices, and so we felt like we were at least kind of playing the game at the front of the fleet and got some of the choices right and some wrong, and that's sailboat racing. So I think like all these people I've sailed with, like at a ton of team racing events and Morgan's, and we just know that like every race in the series counts the same. And you know, everyone was super fired up for the first race and the middle race, and we'll be super fired up for the last race, and we're going to treat them all the same. We're going to be going out there and just sailing our boats as well as we can and making the best decisions. We're not going to feel any extra pressure, not trying to do anything special, just do what we've been doing the whole series. Just keep learning and keep trying to sail the boat well.
The Corinthian Yacht Club of Marblehead, coming fresh off last year's Resolute Cup success, was one of 2 first-time entrants in the Invitational Cup. The other was from South America, with the Yacht Club Punta del Este of Uruguay making their debut.
My yacht club, the Yacht Club Punta del Este, they started supporting global sailing around the world. We have a yacht around the Clipper around the world race. So we started contacting other yacht clubs, and New York had the cordiality to invite us to this event, which we accepted immediately, and that's the main reason we are here.
We hear that the New York Yacht Club was wonderful. Wonderful is a very small word for how nice is New York Yacht Club and how well they receive us for this championship. Everything perfect. The team at water, the team at the crowd at land, the receptions, everything is perfect. We are really enjoying being here.
One of the standout social gatherings that adds to the unique charm of the Invitational Cup is the famous Lobster Bake. It offers participants a wonderful opportunity to unwind and connect over a delicious dinner featuring lobsters.
The social activities and kind of all of the events around outside of the actual sailing at the Invitational are awesome. We had the lobster night last night, for example, which was just great. I've never had a Maine lobster until last night. It was something a bit different, something new, but yeah, no, all of the events are great and we just love getting amongst it. So yeah, it's good fun.
It was eventually time for the highly anticipated final day of action. Just one race was sailed in a 20-knot northerly gusting to 25 in Upper Narragansett Bay. The crews were required to reef the jibs and mains on their IC37s, and downwind crews reported top speeds of 20 knots. Needing simply not to shoot themselves in the foot to ensure victory in the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, the San Diego Yacht Club dominated the windy final race to stamp their authority on the 8th edition of the world's premier Corinthian regatta. The third time proved to be the charm for them, as previously they'd finished 3rd and 2nd. San Diego's victory in the final race was their only top 4 finish of the regatta, and it gave them the low score of 43 points, good enough for an 11-point win over first-timers Corinthian Yacht Club.
Yeah, so crossing the finish line at the end, it was just elation, relief a little bit too, because we've also been so close. and sort of sniffed, you know, the trophy, but this time to actually have it, you know, in our hands and know that we have the deal kind of locked up. Obviously having a big lead going into the finish line there, that felt super good. And we wanted to end on a racing day like that where we could go out and put an exclamation point on the win. So it felt great.
Yeah, I've sailed in 4 of them, and this is my 4th win, so it felt really great to win again. And you know, all the teams I've been fortunate to be with have all been super strong, great teamwork, great boat handling, and you know, it's got us through. We were able to minimize the mistakes and keep our averages down, and so it's been great to have, you know, strong team again with San Diego. It's an awesome event. I love it. The New York Yacht Club does a super job from having the boats for everyone to the onshore events, the racing. It's just a great regatta.
Yeah, this is our first time, Corinthian Yacht Club, first time at the Invitational Cup. Second place, feels amazing to be on the podium. Started the regatta off a little slow and had to find our way, you know, dig deep and believe that we could do it, and closed out the last 2 days with a bunch of single-digit scores to get back on the podium in second. New York Yacht Club does an awesome job. We sail a ton of regattas here throughout the summers. This was our first Invitational Cup. We did the Resolute last year. We do the Morgan Cup, Hinman Masters, the Global 2v2, and you know, New York all the time rolls out the red carpet. The boats are awesome. They're all the same. If we have even a minor repair that we wanted fixed overnight, like just a bungee, Abby and the team were on it, so that was, you know, amazing. And then, you know, the dinner last night, all the social events are just great. Getting to meet people from all around the world is awesome and pretty unique in the sport. So we love that.
The Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron finished in 3rd with 55 points, its best result in 3 attempts. Rounding out the top 5 were New York Yacht Club and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club.
Yeah, look, we're really stoked with 3rd place at the Invitational Cup this year. A little bit gutted that we couldn't climb up the podium a little bit today, but really happy that we managed to get out sailing and finish it off on a good note. Overall, really happy with how the team's done, and 3rd place is awesome, so just stoked, really.
The 8th rendition of the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup offered a comprehensive experience, featuring a blend of challenges, intense races, and a distinctive sense of camaraderie on land. As many of the participants affirmed, being part of this event remains a genuine honour. Anticipation is already building for the upcoming edition in 2 years' time, with everyone eagerly looking forward to it.
Every other September since 2009, the best amateur sailors gather at the stately New York Yacht Club Harbour Court in Newport, Rhode Island, for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. Over 7 editions, this Corinthian event has attracted teams representing 48 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, from 21 countries on all 6 inhabited continents. Founded in 1844, the New York Yacht Club's history parallels the growth of sailing as a recreational sport in America. Its first event was a cruise from New York to Newport. Its first race was held in 1845 with 9 yachts and was called a Trial of Speed. The following year, it became the annual regatta, which has been run 166 times since, and is the oldest regular sailing competition in North America. Now in its 7th edition, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational has become one of sailing's premier Corinthian events, featuring top-notch racing, superb organization, and unparalleled onshore hospitality.
Well, this is such a spectacular event. You know, the Invitational Cup now is, this is our 7th running, 7th biannual event, so we're 14 years into this, and we couldn't be more pleased with the way that the competitors have come to the club, you know, year after year. We've had several clubs that have been in the Invitational Cup for many years, and we always welcome the new clubs where this might be their first event. But the Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit, it celebrates amateur sailing at its finest. Enjoy this week. Enjoy the Corinthian spirit that is the cornerstone of this event. 60 years.
Competing in this prestigious event,
This club is kind of the lighthouse of amateur sailing.
This event is the best sailing event I've done ever.
You know, this is the top Corinthian fleet in the world, and if you make mistakes, you're going to pay.
The Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit, it celebrates amateur sailing at its finest.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, it really sets a great stage for bringing it, you know, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team.
I would say this is the most prestigious event. Should be on your bucket list.
Fantastic. Good to be back for what we're coming up to, race 10 of what is hoped to be a 12-race regatta series, and with San Diego making a statement in that last race.
they did a great job, and in the end, Royal Hong Kong will be a bit annoyed at letting their win just slip out of their hands right at the end. San Diego rolled over them to take their 4th win of this series, and we are very shortly going down onto the water for some live pictures as we stand by for quite a significant right-hand shift. We've got course number 4, 1.4 nautical miles, 100 degrees, and it's San Diego's to lose here really with 30 points, Royal Hong Kong with 48, Royal Thames now up to 3rd with 61, Royal Canadian 62, Royal Vancouver 64. So a big battle for the 3rd overall spot. We'll throw it down to the water with Alison Chenard. What do you see?
Hi guys. Yep, the wind is about, we've had the highest gust of 14 so far, so we are building, and with that 100 degrees pointing, we are 45 degrees more east than when we started the day, so that's a very significant shift. But race committee took their time. They are some of the best in the business, and everything is settled and ready to go. So we should have some full racing coming up. And everyone is lined up to leeward and making their way towards it.
All right, right into it. Let's do it.
On board with San Diego, Rick Merriman on the main sheet there, Jake Liddell driving, just looking at who's behind him. We've got here the Corinthian Yacht Club on board with them with 43 seconds to go to the start. Now the breeze just south of east now, 100 degrees, so quite a substantial right-hand shift. I'm surprised it went that far to the right. We weren't seeing all of that. Here we go. San Diego just jamming themselves up a little bit on the boats to leeward of them. But they seem to have somebody just behind.
Somebody going for the hooker. Yeah.
Yeah. 16 seconds. 16 seconds to go as the boat's now putting the bow down, and that's not great. There's a flag on the play from the San Diego Yacht Club right down towards the pen is. We'll have a look at that exactly on. Here we go. There goes the gun, and we've got a bunch of boats right on the line. We'll get the Velocitech data in a moment. We've also got some of the boats towards the right-hand side, towards the committee boat, and getting what we'd call second row starts. But San Diego Yacht Club very close to being over the line, 1 meter. New York Yacht Club got a great start, good speed, 7.6. San Diego, I think, were pretty slow, and they won't have got the best start out of that, I don't think. We'll see when we get a little bit more from the tracker as to see where San Diego were, but at the moment Corinthian got a good start, so did Royal Vancouver and Royal Cork as the boats head on upwind. The boats that didn't get such a good start, the clue is that they tack onto port, duck underneath a bunch of boats peeling away. Royal Irish started at the starboard end, but look at that, very slow to accelerate, hobby horsing those boats who are trapped and can't tack. Okay, we've got bow 17 right there.
Yeah, and as they get out of the start, right, remember, as the breeze this morning was a little more north-northeast, there was a little more land effect. Once we get out of these, this is full open ocean, full fetch. Waves are going to get a little bumpier, definitely going to be much lumpier in this sail. Probably imagine the bricks going into the rigs, so a lot of changes to the sails. And yesterday, the breeze did keep going right and east and then southeast by the end of the day. So I bet there's a lot of confidence in the right side of this race course right now.
Yeah, I think San Diego did not get the best start at all, and they had to peel away. They had to get out, and they had all sorts of problems. I don't know which boat was giving them the grief, but that'll be very happy days for the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, who are sort of in the middle of the fleet now, tacked onto port. They're just with Royal Thames in the mid pack on port. The boats on the left heading out is Royal Vancouver, Yacht Club Punta del Este, Royal Cork, and this is Corinthian, who have got what I'd only describe as a thin lane, just to windward of Royal Cork. Corinthian just trying to. It was much trickier when the breeze is bumpy. It's a short chop running now from the east.
And this is a slightly longer course than first one of the day, just by a point.
Yeah,
decimal, but
1.4 nautical miles.
And any insight, Andy, on what the current is doing, or the flow? I guess the tidal flow, which out in this part of the world goes east to west, right? So this is a little more bow into the current?
Yeah, a little more bow into the current. New York Yacht Club having to peel away from Corinthian. They were just trying to keep a lane on that windward side as well, but they seem to have tacked away into a pretty reasonable spot. Corinthian are going to tack as well. They're going to get away from that tricky situation where bad air underneath the Royal Cork. Here they go. Look at that, bobbing up and down like a nodding donkey. Not very good. Not very good conditions in comparison to the flat water that we had up in Narragansett Bay. But that's the test of the sailors, and particularly the test of the boat speed team and the helmsman as they try and get themselves fast. But Corinthian Yacht Club actually look in pretty good shape. Royal Cork, Royal Vancouver, Yacht Club Punta del Este. Those are all the boats on the left-hand side. They look like they're in good shape. But if the breeze goes further to the right, yeah, Royal Cork definitely in good shape. Banging the left-hand side. Left-hand side looks like it's actually paying.
For the moment.
For the moment. Great pictures, fantastic. Yacht Club de Ilhabella.
Yeah, this is hard sailing, and we talked about, you know, each of these boats have these incredible trimmers, and as Mike Marshall on the first day, and Moose yesterday, our guest commentators keep pointing out, you know, this is the boat you have to be dynamic with all the changes. The backstay is critical. Not once the race starts and the bricks are in and your jib cars are set, it's all you got. Just to sail the boat as flat as you can. 17 degrees of heel was the call, right? And once the rudder pops out, then you're overbaked.
Oh yeah, look at that left. Left looks good. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club and Corinthian leading the teams out towards that right-hand side, but middle left has been good, and the boats to tack onto port looking in good shape. Royal Cork now furthest boat on the left-hand side. I think there might be a tiny bit of tidal advantage on that left-hand side. Great to have you all, viewers all around the world. As they said, six of the inhabited continents all being represented on board with Corinthian Yacht Club. Looks like a little less than 17 degrees of heel angle right there.
Get the protractor out there on the horizon, but yeah, eyes on the horizon, keep it flat. Not too flat.
Remember, we can take your questions. Pop them in the comments on YouTube, on Facebook Live. Great to have so many viewers enjoying the scene.
Be much better to be out there. This is a banner day outside in the open ocean. Nicely easterly, a little bit of chop, some waves. Great fleet racing. Kind of jealous from inside here. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that is actually true. Looks like a lovely day out on the water. Tim Wadlow there, just with his hands on his right leg. He's
that's another position.
Yeah, got a little bit of the tactician lean. That's our top choice on the tactician body language. The tactician lean when you're trying to cross somebody.
The Yacht Club Ilhabella, the Brazilian team. Well, they've had a this is their first try at this regatta, and Newport has been testing for them, I think. But as most of these teams here, it takes many, many years to get to the top of the fleet in the positions of San Diego and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, which has been here for every single one of these things. So, yep, you kind of expect as a first-time team, this is where you're going to be, and you can hope for one good race.
Well, the story from out on the race course is kind of getting a little spicy here. We've got the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club in 6th or possibly 7th, but very much in the top pack. And the news is that in 17th, San Diego Yacht Club, they duffed the start. So this race not over by any stretch. 18 points between San Diego and Royal Hong Kong, but if Royal Hong Kong can slip forward a few here, take 10 points off that, only 8 points in 2 races after this.
Do we dare dust off the history books here? You know, all right, let's wind it back to 2019, which, yes, is a long time ago. San Diego Yacht Club was 2nd overall. They had a commanding lead on the 2nd day. They held it till the final. We still got one more to go. But in the end, they finished 8 out of 12 total races in the top 3.
They duffed it at the windward mark. I remember it so clearly. They didn't lay the windward mark by about a meter, and they got all jammed up at the windward end, and San Diego had a shocker. But we're not going to give many of that commentator curse.
Ancient history.
Ancient history.
Well,
San Diego not in the best spot right now. They are 16th. And Royal Hong Kong now up to 4th. And also, we're looking at the positions for 3rd overall between Royal Thames, Royal Canadian, and Royal Vancouver. Royal Vancouver currently in 2nd. Royal Thames in 8th. And where are Royal Vancouver? Royal Vancouver in 2nd, and Royal Canadian, they're in 14th right now. So
our podium is top 5.
Podium's top 5.
Not
of course it is. What do you get for 4th? The leather medal.
But yeah, so 3 through 5 right now are pretty much, they're mere points apart, and so yeah, it's all to play for these third, fourth, fifth spots, which I'd be massively proud after a long week of racing in this fleet. Would be just fine by me to take home and reboot, come back in 2 years and give it another shot.
Royal Court coming in from the left-hand side. They're just trying to cross these boats on the track here. There we go, bow number 5. That's the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, making life difficult for the Corinthian Yacht Club. These thin lanes in this bumpy stuff, goodness, that is hard to keep clear air, and you're going to...
Oh, that was and it moves a couple times. That's the whole point is, if you think you're in a thin lane, go away, because you cannot live there. Well, there you go, they're out. They had a blocker, Hong Kong. It's getting spicy there amongst those.
Yeah, Royal Hong Kong are now up to 3rd. Royal Vancouver in 2nd. Royal Cork currently leading. Ooh.
Yeah, that was an ace move. Maybe just put the bow down a little bit, create some space to attack, get out of there. They were Corinthian was pinned there, so they needed to open up their course for them.
San Diego in 14th. Yay. Shake it up. Put the dice in the bag. You've got to come up with a bit of Yahtzee. This will be the test of the team for San Diego. Can they dig themselves out of a bit of a hole here? No question. In 14th, they need to get something out of this. Probably looking at an 8, 9, 10 if they can. But if Royal Hong Kong keep going up the leaderboard.
And as many as the potential, we could have another race today, possibly 2 more in a while, but that's getting ahead of ourselves. So one race at a time.
Tied at the top. There's only a few boat lengths between 1st and 10th at the moment. San Diego heading out towards the right-hand side. They're trying to get themselves towards that ley line. They're trying to get themselves into some clearer air. Risk with doing that is that you get way out on the starboard ley line and you get tacked on.
So there's two things that we could see already. There's the density of this group on the right-hand side, and you've got some breakaway boats, Japan Sailing Federation, Eastern, and Coastal Smeralda, all chipping their way into the upper left-hand. Here we are looking at Japan, and that upper left-hand corner gives them a little bit of runway to try to get in front of this top group, but that could also potentially shut down pretty soon. We've got the pink offset mark downwind of the weather mark as a keep away, so that all of a sudden shuts that left entry in for those guys. So, but based on where at least it looks on the tracker and on the water a little bit here, this is going to be a pretty entertaining mark running, I think.
Yeah, Corinthian doing a nice job there, just getting right back into Royal Cork, and they're looking over their shoulders at the ley line. How close to ley line are they?
A lot of boats under at the moment.
Yeah, Corinthian, Cork. There's only a few boat lengths in this. There's not much in this at all. San Diego already tacking way out to the right-hand side on the ley line, but they are just ahead of Hoth, who are in 17th. But San Diego, they're looking like 16th. Well, Vancouver just holding on to a lead right now.
And they've had an incredible regatta. So
Vancouver have also, if they can win this race, that'll nudge them up on their 2 average points race. Gets a little complicated. We won't worry too much about that. But here we go. Japan Sailing Federation. Look at this. Ducking underneath Eastern Yacht Club. Fascinating just to see. Ease the main, ease the jib a bit, and then wind it back on. Push the bow back up. Try to lose as little distance as possible.
Yeah, that was the safe move. They had no more left hand to go, and I think that duck just opened up a little bit of gap for them. Eastern's going to send this one into this port ley line.
San Diego
on the like to be there.
Yeah, San Diego are on the starboard ley line already, and they're getting tacked on. Yeah. If we can get the onboard from San Diego, I'd love to see the lane that they're in. I think that'll be tricky for them. Let's try and go on board. We'll get our team at Icarus to see if we've got any on board from San Diego Yacht Club. Here we are with Corinthian, looking in nice shape. Corinthian.
Yeah, they've got a nice gap. And yeah, San Diego has a long starboard ley line, and boats gonna start pouring in from the left here. Gonna make it a little more painful.
Oh yeah. Eastern now on port. Billy Lynn, the tactician.
And they are currently leftmost.
Pick their way back into this fleet.
Up there as well, the Royal Thames Yacht Club.
Oh, big duck here, big duck. Eastern ducking hard.
Yeah.
Last minute duck underneath Royal Prince Alfred Yacht Club. They just made it work.
I suspect that may not be their only duck left.
Right. It's a day of being in the bathtub. There's ducks everywhere.
Yeah. Burn your Jeeps. What does it do anyway? That's a whole nother topic.
Ugh. Those weirdo Jeep owners with their little rubber duckies and their funny waves. Anyway, second time that's come up in conversation today. Weird. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. That's them just coming across this. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda having a good race here. Doing a nice job. Very nice indeed. That's about number 12 is the Royal Vancouver on port going back towards the ley line.
I wonder if Allison is set up at the weather mark here enough to give us a perspective of these boats, these two fleets converging.
Yep, we're closing in here, and from my angle, my eyesight is testing me here. Give it my best shots. I think that is 20 or 21. Oh, so that's if it's 21, then it is Royal Vancouver with their breakdown boat. This is a much better. Their training story is right before this event. They had about 4 hours to kill before their Airbnb opened up after they landed, so they all went go-karting. And Arthur on board is the go-kart victor. So they were pushing each other before the regatta even began, and this teamwork is coming in handy around the windward mark here. So here they go for the bear away. And behind them looks like number 7 going to be Royal Prince Alfred. That's a better race for them as well. 4, not quite laying that ley line there, the Hong Kong Yacht. That is a tough one, but he's been calling him very well the whole regatta, so this is an anomaly. New York, nope, that is correct. That is New York Yacht Club, also a better race for them in their Hawaiian flamingo shirts, looking good around the mark here. And 9, Corinthian, sneaking down to get that pull out. They are allowed to do so after they round the windward mark and on their way to the offset. And Royal Hong Kong found a nice window to jump in there. Not too costly. Could have been worse. They could always be worse.
Yeah,
number 5 behind them, Costa Smeralda. Yep.
That Hong Kong team, they keep getting up to the front of the fleet. They have sailed a fantastic regatta. And as we've said before, if it wasn't for that one spot in 20th, they have been pretty much all top 5 finishes. You've got to be very, very proud of their performance in this regatta, Royal Hong Kong, as they come downwind now. We've got Royal Vancouver, Corinthian, Hong Kong, Royal Cork, and pictures on the screen. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, great first upwind work for them. Just behind them is the Royal Thames, who go for the first of the jibe sets. Is that right, Alison?
That is correct. Royal Thames is off on a jibe set and is the only one holding that. We'll see if anyone follows suit.
And San Diego must be somewhere there in the mix now.
News on San Diego at the start. They had to return and restart, and that as they were on their way, held by Argentino, who was coming across on port, did not have enough room to clear and forced San Diego to back off to avoid contact. So San Diego has been fighting back this whole time. That they were not in control, not where they wanted to be. It looks like Punta del Este has as well as Japan Sailing Federation. Coast and Royal Swedish Yacht Club coming around here. And last but not least, boat number 20, Argentino, feeling the effects of their penalty turns. They're still in it.
And San Diego bumping around the back there. Have they got opportunities to come back into this, Alison?
Anyone can do it, they can, and they have clear air. There's nobody blocking them, so they're on the hunt, and they are eyeing everybody in front of them.
Good stuff. That surprises me because the Velocitech showed them back from the line, but perhaps not.
No, they had a shocker. They were, as we saw with the onboard just at the start, they had boats thin on their thin just ahead of them, and then somebody came in right behind them trying to luff them up there. So they had their worst start of the regatta, and this is not the race that you wanted to do, your worst start of the regatta, that's for sure. Look how far back that yellow Spinnaker is in the pack. They are ahead of, what, 4 boats? 5 boats. So they're in 14th, 13th, 14th. They're one behind Itchner.
All right, a little less of a starboard parade here. Boats willing to send it out to the other side and split this up, figure out they can get some passing lanes going on here. Open ocean course here. There's plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, it looks great, huh? I think bottom of the screen, this is Vancouver. On board with them.
Looking for breeze, looking, yeah.
Yeah, super teal team. Looking for that breeze, deciding when they're going to jibe around. Got the tactician hunch going on right there. They're thinking about a jibe.
Yeah, that's Hunter Loudon on the tactician there, looking around, and on the helm, Ben Mumford, a fantastic sailor out of the Pacific Northwest, who's 7th at the 2023 Star North American Championship. So every great star sailor is a great sailor, period, as far as I'm concerned, right? 6-meter World Championship and a Martin 242 North American Championship win. So he's dominant out there in the Pacific Northwest, and clearly here in Rhode Island, leading this team to an incredible week of sailing.
Those the boats early to jibe set don't look too bad, actually. They look like they've got some breeze there on that right-hand side as we look upwind up the racecourse. Here we go with pictures of the Royal Cork Yacht Club pushing through that jibe, getting on to their best boat speed angle. We may have some stats from the upwind. The tracking signal, not the best out here. We've got quite a long way out, so just bear with us on the exactos on the tracking. Here come the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club going for the jibe. They look like all traditional sailors pulling something up there. Here we go. Look at these stats. Love these. Royal Cork Yacht Club. Very nice. Good boat speed, short distance. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda also had a good one, as did Royal Hong Kong, Royal Thames. Thank you for those. I love those stats. Here we are on board with, well, that was Corinthian, now Vancouver. Flicking around the boats.
A little flatter from this angle, it seems, than going upwind, you know?
Yeah, it does look a bit flatter on the downwind now, yeah. Probably feels like a little less breeze as well.
Yeah, body's a little more spread out, fewer in the back of the bus. Probably moderated right down to 10 knots as that shift settled in. This is a new wind direction for a while.
Hong Kong, full in picture there.
Perhaps a little bow up.
Keeping their jibs up, so that does suggest that a couple more knots of breeze, three or four maybe. What have they got? More like 12 to 14 now, the breeze increasing from the east. So very nice conditions. In fact, nice puff there on Royal Hong Kong as they just step it up and accelerate quite well right there. In the distance, that's San Diego. They are currently in 13th. So the jibs up suggest it's planing conditions. Welcome to our viewers all around the world. Great to have you here.
Who's chipping in? There's got to be some tacticians out there watching this thing.
35 Quincy says, any insight into Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club 20th place double penalty situation? Well, there's a bit of a story behind that, and obviously not good for the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, but I believe what happened is they got a penalty, and then there was some confusion about whether the red flag came down or not, and then the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club thought that there was a second penalty, so they did another turn, and so somehow there was a little confusion between umpires and competitors, and that was really the tail of it, and unfortunately Royal Hong Kong got the worst end of that.
And the umpire calls stand on the water.
Yeah, the umpire calls stand on the water.
Oh, that's great. We haven't been on board, I feel like, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club yet, and they have also had another fantastic regatta, but able to sort of consistently crack the top 5.
Yeah.
One of 2 female hems here, Hannah Sweat being the other, but for New York Yacht Club. Speaking of which, where is the New York Yacht Club in this mess?
Where is New York Yacht Club?
Tracker, hard to tell.
Mid-fleet, I think. The trackers are better when the boats get down towards the bottom, so we'll give you where are the New York Yacht Club tracker, not so good, but here we've got Royal Cork leading over Royal Hong Kong, Royal Vancouver. So Hong Kong and Vancouver doing very well. We've got San Diego in 14th right now. Yay. If Hong Kong get a second and San Diego get a 14th, it'll be 50 and 44. They'll have trimmed it to 6.
And again, Royal Vancouver knocking on the door of a top finish here, a win or something. But
yeah, Royal Vancouver, well, because they got those 2 average points, if they can put a top 2, 1, 2, 3 result here, that'll also improve their average points as well. So that'll get them right into it also. And they sort of get an exponential benefit from their best results. Here we go. Projected standings right now. Royal Hong Kong in 4th, so that gives them 52. So they've trimmed it to 9 if it finishes as is. Vancouver taking a few points over Royal Thames, and the Royal Canadian Yacht Club then in 5th on 70. So that's how we are at the moment. San Diego, I mean, that's flipping between 7, 8, 9 points of delta. San Diego are right between 13th and 15th, and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club currently in 4th. Down at the bottom mark, Royal Vancouver Yacht Club go around the right-hand mark. We'll go down on the water. Alison Chenard, what say you?
Vancouver around, and I'm sure they're very happy, but not celebrating too early. There's still a lot of racing left to go. They rounded fourth right gate with about a 17 to 20 second lead on Royal Cork, who is choosing the course left gate. And then we've got Royal Hong Kong also going to go for course left. And then switching it over to the right, it's going to be 2 American teams. Let's see who's coming in here. Boat 9 that is Corinthian. That's going to choose the right gate. They are trying to get their kite in. Oh, there's some friction on the jib. Not quite coming in, but it looks like they're going to get around clean. They have enough time and enough space to make that work. Then boat 6 behind them is New York Yacht Club. Good for them. And Yacht Club Italiano is going to stick it in here. They are screaming in, also trying to get that kite in on a very tight rounding inside of New York Yacht Club. That is a 180-degree turn, which is not fast. Not fast for any boat to make a turn of that degree shift. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, number 5, coming around the course left gate. And then we've got 18. 18 is the Eastern Yacht Club. Better race for the Americans, all coming in here. And Royal Canadian behind them, and that is the pack update for right now.
Okay, wonderful. So Royal Vancouver head towards the right-hand side. Royal Cork, Anthony O'Leary and his team. They've been to every single one of these events, right?
Yeah, Anthony's the only sailor.
Yeah,
done them all, and his son Robert on board, and
yeah, did all 9, even the Coffin COVID regatta they did in 2021.
And their bow, Sarah Flynn, at the beginning of this thing, it's quoting, gunning to be the top Irish team. looks like they've set themselves up for that at least. You got to check one goal at a time, right?
Yep. Royal Canadian Yacht Club going around the bottom mark. Left-hand side looking quite nice. Royal Cork, Royal Vancouver, quite a bit of separation between them. Royal Hong Kong, and in the mix here. Just Alison, just talk us through this mix. How's San Diego looking down at the bottom there?
They are, let's see, trying to get a good eyesight of them here. But they took their kite down pretty early. A couple of them did. Swedish included some early kite douses. I don't know if they're nervous about having the cleanest rounding possible. But San Diego is off on the left, little bad air behind Punta del Este, and they feel it, so they tacked off. So they are shows the course slash gate, but they've tacked off onto port to go clear their air. They might tack back once they clear their lane, or they could chase off to the right. We've also overhead got red helicopter, I think indicating mileage in the sky, a very famous sailing photographer. But on the ground here is Daniel Forster and Steven Cloutier taking some wonderful shots for us. But that helicopter, the extra sound is it tightens the tensions, and that's always something that athletes quote at the Olympics as kind of not something you hear every day. So for amateur sailers, it raises the intensity out here, and with that soundtrack playing overhead.
Okay, downwind stats. Royal Cork Yacht Club, Anthony O'Leary and his team sailing the shortest distance. Slower than normal speed, but they did a good job there of getting on to time to lead it. Anyway, there we go. Royal Vancouver got the best of that. 26 seconds ahead of Royal Cork Yacht Club, then the Hong Kong Yacht Club. And if the Royal Hong Kong can stay in third, San Diego right now are in 16th. My word, that'd trim it down to 5 points.
Are we too early for math?
I mean, I can do a little math.
Yeah, let's keep playing up. But the Royal Cork, this, aside from being the top Irish team here, this is another good one for them. And we understand they've been training all season long in a Cape 31, which is another Mark Mills design. And so I've heard that here across the fleet that, you get into a Mark Mills boat, you can understand the little nuances of what makes it fast. And that was also the case for Hong Kong. And here Royal Cork, the Cape 31 seems to be an outstanding training platform for the IC37. So nice done, Mark Mills.
Pictures of the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club look very cool and calm, heading upwind with their 5-petaled orchid flying proudly off the back of the boat. That's got some great history, the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. What a fantastic spot. Right in the center of the city, surrounded by all those huge tower blocks, skyscrapers.
6.9, yeah, 7 knots. So what's the target in this thing? 6.9?
Yeah, I think 6.9 to 7.1 is probably target in these conditions here. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club firmly in third spot. The top two boats, Royal Vancouver and Royal Cork. Royal Cork are just, what is that boat, 14? Yacht Club Italiano just to windward. Here we are with...
Yeah, Royal Vancouver, remember, currently sitting 5th overall with 64 points. The Royal Canadians only 2 points ahead of them, and I believe the other Royal Canadians are a little bit buried in this mid-fleet. So this clearly, at the moment, bumps Vancouver up a good notch, ever closer to Royal Thames. Slow and steady every race.
Royal Cork, stand by for attack. Tacking in 3, 2, 1. Tacking now. Across they go, smooth as you can. Anthony O'Leary just finding his spot just on the windward side.
Come on, get out of the way. Come on, let me in here.
Give him some room. Look at that, he's pretty agile. 9 of those he's done. That spans over nearly 18 years. That's pretty good commitment from The O'Leary family. Anthony, a great sailor, great sailing family, as you say, starboat legends, and a real royal family of Cork.
Yeah, it's a day to be very active with the trimming, right? Waves.
Yeah, it's about rebuilding. When you get some of those bumpy waves, bang, 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 you can slow down by a half, 3/4 of a knot. So sometimes there's not much you can do about it. And then right afterwards, you then put the bow down a little, ease the jib a tiny bit, ease the mainsail a touch, ease the runner. And then as soon as the boat gets back up to speed and you get some heel angle on, you can just start squeezing the runner and the jib back on, the main back on. Royal Cork.
He is that main just 2 inches right as you said it. You notice that?
Yep.
You can see from the heel angle, can you?
I've said a little bit before. Boat number 17 there, Royal Cork on port. 12, Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. And this is when the leading boats start to stretch a little bit, and it makes it a little more comfortable for the leaders. I tell you who is not comfortable. San Diego Yacht Club, 17th. Well, there's a tactician thing there. They're reaching for the stars. That's the runner man and tactician, I think, on Vancouver, right?
Yeah, I believe you're right. There's the pass off.
Oh, love it.
Something's about to happen. Here we go, tacking.
Yeah, tacking in 3, 2, 1, and they're just going to go and cover Royal Cork, who went underneath them, heading towards the right-hand side, getting towards that starboard ley line.
Yeah, and they're almost somewhat squared up in the middle, the top of the course.
Yeah, and Royal Vancouver. If we could, there we go. He's looking back at Royal Cork, who they tacked right on them. So now they're just playing defense in American, just keeping the boats behind them back, tacking on them, making sure that they don't get any leverage as they get towards the top mark. There's quite a lot to go still on port here. Good job from Yacht Club Costa Smeralda in this one. Fantastic yacht club right now. They'll be missing the Maxi Worlds.
Quite interesting. When we switch the camera angles, you can see that the cloud line out to what would I assume be out the left side of the screen, blue sky above, but big clouds playing a factor into this race too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Royal Thames not having their best race. They're somewhere down with San Diego. Royal Thames in 13th or 14th.
Well, that would seem to be logical after a good finish for Royal Thames that last race, right?
Right. Up and down like the flags on Navy Day.
Well, Corinthian Yacht Club, though, they were right up there, right, in the last race, and here they are again. So this is a much, much, much better day for them after a slow start to the regatta.
Yeah, left-hand side actually coming quite strong. Boats out of the left-hand side. Little bit of breeze building, maybe just a little left-hand shift towards the top here. And that's why we can see Royal Vancouver on port taking that lefty towards the starboard ley line. Royal Cork also on port taking that lefty. Shepherding the fleet towards the right-hand side as they prep for the final downwind.
Which is not what you want to see if you're San Diego on the starboard ley line, pretty far out. Looking at a lot of transoms coming back to the middle.
Oh, yeah, they are. San Diego in 16th, battling it out with the Royal Thames.
And the Punta del Este and Ichnor.
Yeah.
Race winner from yesterday. You think there's any panic on San Diego? Or are we just, again, they're sophisticated enough to just keep chipping away. It's, again, that boat in front of you, get to them, get to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this stage I'd probably be getting a bit chippy on board if I were them. I think this is quite annoying. I mean, if they give away Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club in 3rd right now, it's quite close between Royal Hong Kong and Royal Cork. But San Diego are firmly down in the bottom of the pack. They're not going to get anything. I don't think they're going to get anything better than a 12th or 13th. So it's going to be a 10-point swing, and that means only 8 points in it with What do we got? 2 races to go. Yay.
Oh, that's good. All right, we've got our story back, you know.
Yeah, we do. Squeaky bum time. I think that'll be pretty tricky. Well, anyway, we'll see. We're not gonna give it away yet. But San Diego Yacht Club now having to tack back onto port, going out to a fat ley line on the right-hand side. They are really bumping around. And once you get to these final parts of the upwind, it really is hard to come back. There's not enough shifty breeze. And what they want is they want the breeze to ease up completely. They want it to be a little bit of a turnaround. They want some funky conditions so that they can take some risk from the back. But it's very hard to get any sort of leverage out on the race course. And you can see the lead's quite big now. Royal Vancouver are 90 meters ahead. That's a lot. That's 8 to 10 boat lengths. And the Royal Hong Kong, another 80 meters behind in third. So those top 3 look pretty comfortable. Quite a big distance between all 3 of them. Royal Vancouver now tacking onto the starboard ley line. A lot of boats coming in on the port ley line.
Yeah, I imagine if they've got this ley line right and they're clear across this group, this is going to be a nice little slingshot rounding for Royal Vancouver Yacht Club to let's hope. We've got another downwind leg to go, but this could be the race win that they've been just craving for all week long after all top 5 finishes.
Hi, we got Alison down there on the water. Just talk us through what is going on, the distances between the boats. Give us a word.
It looks like Royal Vancouver beats the no contest. Anyone behind them a nice lead there. We've got on board. Want to add that. Pardon me, 1 second. Alec Coleman on board is gearing up to represent Canada at the double-handed offshore World Championship in about a week and a half in Cowes. So this is a good time on the boat. I think a couple of them were also itching to do the 6-meter World Championship, but they decided to keep it simple and focus on the regatta. They've been training all winter. Myself, I can't quite finish the conditions they got practice. Every time they practiced, they were caught at Spirit River, which is a condition in the Pacific Northwest, described as rivers in the sky, just buckets and buckets of rain in cold conditions in the winter, with their coach yelling at them over the conditions. So they have put in the work to be here, and then we delivered them beautiful, sunny, dry Newport. They love it here. They were suns out, guns out on the way in because it was balmy conditions. So this is more up their alley. So it's good to see them doing well after a tough start to the regatta. Coming up next with a sizable gap between Vancouver and the next boat is 17. That is Royal Cork. They are trucking along up here, and they have a lead on Hong Kong behind them, number 4. But so things have really spread out here at the top of the fleet. But there's no resting. Everyone is still very locked in and engaged, because anything can happen in this sport all the time.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And Royal Hong Kong look comfortably in third. We're watching pictures of them following in behind the Royal Cork. Royal Hong Kong looks comfortably in third. Alison.
Absolutely. And we got some crew moving around as they ease those mains, keep those jibs in to let the boat point down, and the crew are staying out to counteract that pressure on the boat. And next behind them, we've got a little bit of a course change, trying to figure out what that. The windward mark is number 5. Costa Esmeralda, also a better race for them. Happy to see it. And that helicopter soundtrack playing overhead. It feels very intense out here. And the sea state has also picked up more similar to day 1. So very mentally challenging, just taking those waves on the nose there.
Yeah, we're getting a word that it's Charlie flag. There's a 290 to the bottom gate, so a 10-degree shift. What is that? 10 degrees to the 10 degrees to the right. 10 degrees to the left. 10 degrees to the left, I think, shift. Well, Alison, I want you to stay there because what I really want to see is there is an opportunity for San Diego here, who've gone thin on the ley line. They've got to tack in onto the starboard ley line. I'll be fascinated to see whether they can overtake any of the boats that are slightly ahead of them. So keep us rolling in with where San Diego are. At the moment, we've got them in 14th. Talk to us about where San Diego are.
Yeah, San Diego is just to leeward of the keep away mark. That's the pink one. If any viewers can see it on camera, this kind of helps give some space around the windward mark and the gate up here. The offset. So San Diego is coming in on port. They're going to look for their lane, and they are going to come behind some boats that are already on ley line. So they're able to peek over their shoulder and see who's making it. That is one of the benefits of being behind, is you can see who called it well and who didn't. So they're looking for actually it's missed. Come on, second guys in the head versus safe.
Can San Diego get ahead of Royal Prince Alfred Yacht Club? That's their next key moment, and we'll see them, I believe, coming into shot on port here. Number 2. Looks like they're ducking one, and it looks like they had to duck under Royal Prince Alfred. So that puts San Diego in 15th. Really, 15th. Hong Kong get a third. I mean, my math says that's 12 points. Puts them on 40. Yeah, that's only 6 points in it.
That's some serious math going. I mean, like the steam coming out of Andy Green's head right now is it's just jamming away. What he needs is a calculator. But anyway,
I got one of those in my head. Royal Vancouver jibing. Great pictures there.
San Diego coming around the offset, hot on the heels of Royal Prince Alfred. We've been noting this entire regatta that is one of the quietest crews out here. They're both handling, and their teamwork is just so dialed in. So other boats are quite vocal. You can hear them from plenty far away, but San Diego is quiet and swift. So they've got their kite up, and we're going to see what they do and what they can turn this into.
They got to do something. Are we seeing a jibe set from them at the top at all?
They're taking it down. They have dropped their jib. Not a full jibe though. They just did a low bear away, and they're finding their mode, and they're going to lock that in. We do have who has jibed off here. We've got Royal Vancouver really far down. They are quite touched down there at this point. And number 3, it should be Royal Irish, is the next one to jibe off and go down course right. Itchener is coming around the offset, and they will be right behind the Argentinians and the Punta del Este.
What's amazing is the spread in this fleet, though. I feel like Royal Vancouver rounded that weather mark almost an hour ago. I mean, this fleet is spread. Their lead is significant here. And, the clothes are coming off. The sun is coming out. Eyes behind. They want this win. This is a great opportunity for them. Like, they've got space. They can soak. They can really sail their own mode and keeps kind of squeaking down, getting the lure to this pack. Everybody's holding the same job. This is really not much option for anybody behind them to make a move at this point.
Yeah, left-hand shift suggests that everyone continues on starboard. There's Royal Thames, not their best race here. Royal Thames in 12th. San Diego nudged it up to 14th.
There you go, Tim Wadlow on board Corinthian Yacht, looking around, seeing how they can pick up a few boats and add another one to otherwise a good day for them. It's amazing, got electronics slung around his shoulder, but really the best way you sail these boats, eyes out of the boat.
I think that's just the radio, isn't it? That's just the VHF radio. He's got a
tablets.
I don't think you're allowed the tablets. No, he's just got a fancy holster for his VHF.
Or maybe he's watching the broadcast.
Unlikely.
No, you're right. VHF. So comms, he's got him on hand.
Oi.
Hey. Good switch up to the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. Looks all pretty chill. Ben Mumford just driving nice and smooth. German's talking about where the boat's in traffic behind him. That's such a great feeling. To be that far ahead, about to bag a win that you've been wanting all week long, and right on. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club story of this regatta for sure.
Yeah, done a great job. Good for them.
As well take a moment here on board for the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club as they inch their way down to the finish line. Ben Furman has mentioned on the helm, Hunter Loudon doing the tactics. Alec Coleman, Arthur Gooch, Julia Maimon, and we've got the couple here, Nicole Minielli and Tavish Minielli, Matthew Stranahan and Jason Vandergag. So much love on board the boat at the moment.
Yeah, one of the few yacht clubs similar to the New York Yacht Club to have sort of two different clubs. They have one in Jericho Beach in English Bay and another in Cole Harbour. Clubhouse, couple of restaurants, 350 berths. Happy days if you've got a yacht club with 350 berths.
It's fascinating. What to me is with the lead that you have here, you're inched to the finish, but I mean, what I see on screen here is the intensity is still there. You think right now you'd be cruising. I mean, there's not much to look around. You get some boats coming in from the right, but these guys do not stop until they finish.
Yeah, founded in 1903.
And they've got one more jibe. Looking over. Yeah, there's that group that they're eyeing.
They've got a great collection of model yachts there, the Royal Vancouver.
A fantastic space of 6-meter sailing. I read, I think 6-meter worlds are down the coast from here in Long Island in a couple weeks, I believe. And that's where Ben won his 6-meter world championship back in Vancouver, and this is the home of 6 meters. It's just beautiful. 8s as well.
Yeah, well, Chip Wilson, one of the members of the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, the founder of Lululemon, he'd have something to say about those baggy offshore sailing gears.
That is a good point. Yeah, he's got a beautiful place there, not far from the club.
Yeah.
Yeah, little compound. But you're right. Maybe time to bring the Lululemon into Smash Sailing and tighten some of this stuff up. Yeah, maybe not.
I think we should move on.
The Helly Hansen makes fantastic gear.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, the adding to the gear on board, they're also wearing some Bass Pro Shop hats, and had to know what the story was there, and they just found them while they were waiting for their Airbnb to open up, and it perfectly matched the color of their team shirts conveniently, so they decided to. And they were worried that people didn't remember them from this regatta as the boat that got taken out after the first race for a breakdown, and their Bass Pro hat stopped. Nope. Shop hat. And now they'll also be remembered for a very, very wonderful race with a huge lead. Well deserved here.
Yeah, good for them. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club coming over the finishing line to take a super win in race number 10. Good job, Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. They'll be very happy with that. And the points that they get for their 2 redress races on the first day will be updated. They're not quite live, but look at that.
There's the fist bump. We haven't seen a fist bump yet.
Yeah.
I mean, that one, that counted.
Yeah, the thumbs up, the fist bumps, we're getting it all. The back slap, the hugs even, everything. I mean, it's all happening. Good for them. Well done, Royal Vancouver. Whoops and cheers. That is a great race. They sailed a beauty. extending all the way.
Yeah, I feel like we've been talking about them all week, and finally, that was their moment.
Well, that'll really pop them up the scoreboard, give them a chance to get into third. Royal Thames haven't had such a good one, nor have Royal Canadian. So second here, coming across the line, the Royal Cork Yacht Club. And then that is their, well, it looks like we're going to have one more race. We're going to go for one more race today. Yeah, that's what we're getting word in from the race committee team. Fantastic New York Yacht Club race committee team. As the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, also a fantastic result from them, squeezing down towards the committee boat in third.
Yeah, that's the second place finish, the Royal Cork. So yeah, I mean, it's always, I imagine that you get out of this week with a couple top threes. Yeah, that's fantastic stuff.
Where are San Diego? That is the real story. Can San Diego squeeze out of what is currently 15th? If they need to get 2 or 3 points, we're going to have another race. San Diego and have got to bring it in the next race, that's for sure. Corinthian Yacht Club coming down towards the finish. Nice result for the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, currently in 5th, and Yacht Club Italiano.
Boy, that's a bit of a gap here from in the front of the fleet and the back of the fleet.
Oh.
And yeah, I think San Diego, this is a long run.
Yeah, they stubbed their toe a bit in this one, didn't they? Ouch.
All right, we better stop picking on San Diego.
Not picking on them, just telling it how it is, man. I mean, they give, they get Royal Hong Kong had that 20th. We were giving them some grief about it. We got to tell it how it is.
This is amen. All right.
And Royal Hong Kong got a 20th, and that was their stubbing toe incident. San Diego Yacht Club have got theirs in now, and this gives us a mouth-watering last couple of races, and today will be critical, this final third race. They've decided the breeze is good because tomorrow forecast for a sea breeze building later, which is why the event chair, Peter Comiskey, and his team of race committees from the New York Yacht Club have decided to go for the third race today and set it up for a great finale this afternoon and tomorrow.
And all the more reason to stay tuned here to this broadcast, because this race committee is running these races fast, and I think people are set up. So just don't go anywhere. We got one more to end the stay strong, and clearly tomorrow could be the one to watch.
Dave, give us there was some sort of sweepstake you were talking about, something our viewers can win. We like free stuff, so just tell us a bit about that, Dave. What have we got? The description will be put up by Laura in the YouTube and Facebook. What is it all about?
All right. Since the Powerball has been long won, the best thing you can win now is some heli gear. So Stuart Stroyer, the communication director, set up a fantasy sailing bracket, and you can go onto the Facebook page of the New York Yacht Club for tomorrow, because the racing's done, or you got to do it by the morning of the race. Pick your team of which team is going to win the day, and you get to win some awesome heli gear. I think it's got some good duffel bags going out to the winners. So you got tomorrow morning, fire up, pick your team for the fantasy sailing. What do you call it? Contest? I'm quite sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Go with the contest.
Go with the fantasy sailing.
Well, thanks to Helly Henson, our partners, for giving away free stuff. We always love that. They'll probably ship it to you somewhere or other. Anyway, as we're watching now San Diego come down towards the finishing line, we'll go down to Alison Chenard. How are San Diego looking right there?
Before San Diego, we have 4 boats that are ramming their way in. This is the hottest contest of this finish here, Japan Sailing Federation, followed by Hope Yacht Club. And then it is hard I can't tell if it was between number 3 or it looks like Royal Thames back there. Royal Irish or Royal Thames, I don't know which one of those got it. But this pack behind them, we've got 7 Royal Prince Alfred, just in front of San Diego. I think San Diego's going to turn down. They're going to point their bow at the finish line, blow their kite out a little bit, and try to just squeak it out in front of Royal Prince Alfred. It doesn't look like they did it. Then behind them, Bella Bella, the Brazilians, thrilled to be here. We're thrilled to have them. They are coming in behind San Diego and in boat number 13. And then we've got a little bit of a break before Argentino. And finally, back there is who is that? That is our friend. Let's see. My eyes are working.
Great.
Listener.
Thanks, Alison.
Yep, there we are.
Wonderful. Well done. Thank you so much, Alison Chenard, bringing us all the stuff from on the water. Well, what a thrilling race.
I feel like hugging you. I mean, I want to bring the love from Vancouver. Not yet. They're too early, but no, it's good that we've finally got some action, the mix up here in the top 5 podium, setting up for this last race of the day.
Well, and we saw right at the end there with the onboard from Royal Vancouver, they had eyes up the racecourse because they were taking a pretty close look at where San Diego Yacht Club were finishing in that race. And as soon as we get the overall results, we'll stick them up on the board here because we have another race coming up. It's going to be a thriller, tantalizing tussle out here on the waters of Newport, Rhode Island. And they're just feverishly putting the results together, the overall scores. As soon as we get those, we're going to have them right up on the screen. And well, if we don't have them, we're going to be back with you in a few minutes. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to let you take a look online when they're updated. But if not, we're going to come to you live and direct in just a few minutes with the overall scores, with the tightening of the leaderboard, and a fantastic third race coming up today, race number 11. In the 2025 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational. We'll be back to you in just a moment.
Every other September since 2009, the best amateur sailors gather at the stately New York Yacht Club Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island, for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. Over 7 editions, this Corinthian event has attracted teams representing 48 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, from 21 countries on all 6 inhabited continents. Founded in 1844, the New York Yacht Club's history parallels the growth of sailing as a recreational sport in America. Its first event was a cruise from New York to Newport. Its first race was held in 1845 with 9 yachts and was called a Trial of Speed. The following year, it became the annual regatta, which has been run 166 times since, and is the oldest regular sailing competition in North America. Now in its 7th edition, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational has become one of sailing's premier Corinthian events, featuring top-notch racing, superb organization, and unparalleled onshore hospitality.
Well, this is such a spectacular event. You know, the Invitational Cup now is, this is our 7th running. 7th biannual event, so we're 14 years into this, and we couldn't be more pleased with the way that the competitors have come to the club, year after year. We've had several clubs that have been in the Invitational Cup for many years, and we always welcome the new clubs where this might be their first event. But the Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit, it celebrates amateur sailing at its finest. Enjoy this week. Enjoy the Corinthian spirit that is the cornerstone of this event. 60 years.
Competing in this prestigious event is a rare privilege, a fact not lost on each and every competitor. For this fortnight, the stately Harbour Court Clubhouse, overlooking Newport Harbour, serves as a temple to Corinthian yachting.
It's actually a pretty special invitation to be invited to come sail on this event. You know, we've tried over the past couple of years to try to come and qualify to sail on it, and we've come just short, but to actually be sailing in the Invitational is something very special to us. I've sailed in many big events. I've done a lot of world championships over the course of my sailing career, and the Invitational Cup with all top amateurs is just something really special, and you know, vying for it to get here is very difficult, especially in the United States. And you know, we're really looking forward to a great week.
I would say this is the most prestigious event for many reasons. I mean, the Yacht Club alone is this mystic place. It's like if you were, you know, religious and you were going to your, you know, temple where your religion started. It's almost feeling like that. I know that in England and France have their places as well, but for the U.S., I think this is it. The New York Yacht Club is the place to go. I would say to all the sailors, if you're really interested in the sport and the history of the sport, should be on your bucket list.
While this regatta prides itself on the high standard of organisation and competition, it's always worth a reminder that the participants are Corinthian sailors, taking time away from work and family to compete. The collective passion for the sport is omnipresent.
I got to tell you, I'm going to personally say my favorite part about this event, all amateur. You know, we're going to all these G70 regattas and everything else, and there's pros all over the place, and we love the pros in our sport, and they're good for the sport, and they help us. But it's so great to just be sailing against other people that this isn't how they make their living. This is how they want to have fun and be connected to the water and be connected to their clubs. So for us, you know, everybody on our boat is that, right? Like full-on, full-blown amateurs. We've got a couple of people that were America's Cup bowmen, you know, 15 years ago. And a really good sailor, maybe 25 years ago. But really good sailors, but we're all, you know, we have jobs and kids and lives, and it was just such a fun thing to be able to be part of, and I'm you know, just really honored to be here, to be really honest.
After the first 5 editions were sailed in the Swan 42 class, the 2021 event was the second one to utilise the IC37, commissioned by the club and designed by Mark Mills. The strict one-design nature of this purpose-built class, including identical sails and onboard equipment, combined with the fact that each boat is owned and maintained by the New York Yacht Club, ensures a level playing field not seen in any other amateur big boat sailing competition.
You know, you don't hear it at all. The boats are so evenly matched, and we've really paid attention to make sure the fact that we can own the boats gives us the controls that we need to keep them level. There's no better place to be in one design sailing when you know all the boats are level, and there's not one boat ahead of another. And that's what the Invitational Cup, that's what the IC37 is about, and we're proud to be able to maintain that level competitiveness in the boats.
It's not surprising that participants have warmly welcomed this style of racing, as it gives each team a chance to shine based on their true sailing skills.
We like the boat. We've done a little bit of practice. We did a pre-regatta back in July, I believe, not with the crew, but just the helmsman and myself, just to kind of get acclimated with it and to go with it. We mostly race one design boats anyway. So we're kind of used to the one design theory, which we love because everything's equal, and you know, it's just a matter of the skill on the water that's going to get you around, and you know, the least mistakes around those turning marks is going to be critical to success in this regatta.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, I think it really sets a great stage for bringing it, you know, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team, and taking all the other variables out of it. So yeah, I think it's a great boat, and here in the conditions in Newport, it's so much fun to sail.
For the first time since the inaugural event in 2009, the fleet for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup hit the starting line without a defending champion. shaking up the form guide as teams and sailing fans look toward the start of sailing's premier Corinthian big boat competition. The absence of the defending champions from the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, along with a trio of clubs that sailed in each previous edition, has created opportunity to new and old international entrants and a handful of US yacht clubs loaded with top amateur talent.
So we're incredibly excited to be back here after a couple of years of not being here. And we've all had a hard time last couple of years, and just to get here is a great success. So of course we're here to win it. You know, we've won it 2 years ago. We know what it takes to win it, you know. I think that's the difference. We know what it takes to put a campaign together to win this event.
The opening day of action for the 2021 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup saw 19 teams from 9 countries hitting the water and becoming part of this event's storied history. It was forecast to be a challenging day on Rhode Island for both competitors and the race committee. While the long-term progression of the breeze was in one direction, there were plenty of holes and random oscillations that drive tacticians crazy. Royal Thames Yacht Club had the perfect start to the regatta, setting the British club up to repeat its 2015 success. As they finished second in 2 races and then tacked on an emphatic win in the day's final contest. This translated to a 7-point lead over hosts New York Yacht Club, which sits second, a point ahead of 2017 champion Southern Yacht Club.
We're here to do as best we can to make sure that we all sail well, we all get better throughout the week. So we came out today just in a really nice sort of mindset, really nice, comfortable, not too much pressure, just in a really good space to be free to do well, and I think we achieved that.
The second day of sailing's premier Corinthian regatta featured 3 more races. The San Francisco Yacht Club took advantage of the conditions for its first win of the regatta, capping off a marked improvement over day 1 and putting the team within range of the podium with 6 races remaining. Coming in third on the day's final race was Southern Yacht Club, which had undoubtedly the best day on the water and vaulted into the overall lead with 21 points.
It was very side-oriented today, and whether the left worked or the right worked was kind of the guessing game, and it was just extremely difficult. The puffs were in and out. The velocity was going from 6 knots to 15 knots. So it was a lot of changing gears, a lot of keeping your head out of the boat, and just kind of getting that top 10 finish. That's the main thing today. I mean, today was one of those days where you can't just, it's not a straightforward kind of day.
Day 3 was one of the most challenging on the water in the history of this regatta. But intense pressure creates diamonds. With its back to the proverbial wall, 2019 runners-up San Diego Yacht Club turned in a gem of a performance, winning both races and saving its hopes of a podium finish after a middling start by its lofty standards to the regatta.
Today we kind of got back in the groove and put ourselves in some good spots, and you know, kudos to our tactician. Jake Liddell sailed really well and had a good game plan for the team.
The other significant storyline of the day was Southern Yacht Club once again transforming a near disaster into a respectable finish. A 4th in race 8 extended the New Orleans-based club's overall lead to 13 points.
I think it was just early on in the race. We were lucky it happened on the first beat, and we just kind of settled in, tried to get our boat going fast again. It was physically challenging as well. You know, we tried to, whenever we were tacking and it was a little bit less pressure coming out of the tack, we tried to roll the boat. Even though it's a big boat, you know, we're kind of sailing it like a dinghy.
One of the most engaging aspects of this competition is the fact that many teams have family members competing together on the same crew. The ability to race alongside a brother, wife, son or father surely provides memories of a lifetime.
It's magical sailing with your kids. Like, I love it. You know, the fact that they actually, I think, sort of like sailing with me is you know, sort of fun, and I'm sure that'll come to an end very soon. So we're trying to sort of get in a couple more regattas while we can, while they still don't mind getting on a boat with me. But it has really been fun. For me, anyway. I don't know, but.
The leading Southern Yacht Club team may also have its secret in the family bond, as the helmsperson's John Lovell sees his wife, Katie, sitting behind him, working the runners. Meanwhile, tactician Marcus Egan is often calling on his brother Andrew for help with the sail trip.
Oh, it's great. I mean, we work together every day too, so just to mention that. So not only do we work together, we spend weekends together, we holiday together, and we sail together. So it's great. I mean, he might say that, shit, I would rather have a break from this guy because I see him every day. But Andrew and I get along great. He understands. He filters the chaos that sometimes I spit out, and him and I have a great relationship, and we built it over the years and continue to build it. So it's a lot of fun.
One of the goals of the IC37 Class and the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is to increase the number of female participants. Each team is obligated to have at least 2 women on its crew. Among the highly skilled women that competed and excelled in Newport, Laura Dillon from Howth Yacht Club was a leading figure, as she was the only female tactician of the event. She hopes it's a trend that will continue to grow for future events.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's loads of women out there who are really good tacticians, and we just need to encourage more of them to come to this event and be either the helms or the tacticians on the boats. You know, I think a lot of the women here are doing trimming and everything. So, you know, certainly I think there's huge potential there, but I think maybe sometimes people aren't, you know, in the know as much. They don't sail on the normal teams as much. So hopefully that's going to begin to change.
Laura's past successes in the sport include a bronze medal at the 1996 Youth World Championships, sailed out of this very yacht club.
Back in 1996, so 25 years ago now, I did the Youth Worlds here in the New York Yacht Club, and we won a bronze medal for Ireland in the women's double-handed. So my partner went on to the Olympics in 2008. I went to work instead, but I think that was really enjoyable, and it's fantastic to be back here 25 years later. We had our dinghies on the beach here, so it's many happy memories for me.
The Invitational Cup allows her to balance her high-powered professional career with her love for top sailing competition. Laura Dillon had high praise for the organisers of the Invitational Cup and the creators of the IC37 Class, which has created a platform that will allow women to gain leading on-board roles and significant responsibilities.
I think that the boats are very equally matched, and as I said, you don't have to be really big to sail them in any position really on the boat. So I think that the way that the IC37s for this regatta, you know, mandate.
This club is kind of the lighthouse of amateur sailing.
This event is the best sailing event I've done ever.
You know, this is the top Corinthian fleet in the world, and if you make mistakes, you're going to pay.
The Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit. It celebrates amateur sailing at its finest.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, it really sets a great stage for bringing it, you know, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team.
I would say this is the most prestigious event. Should be on your bucket list.
All right, we're right back at it for race 11 here at the Invitational Cup. Andy, whew, that was a fast one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely amazing. San Diego Yacht Club leading with 46 points, but Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, the story of the day, with 51. There is only 5 points in it now. This is a turnaround for the ages. Can San Diego hold on? This is going to be a crucial race. We're already into it with 40 seconds. Welcome to all our viewers from around the world on YouTube, on Facebook. We have got the top amateur sailing from the finest yacht clubs all around the world with 26 seconds to go. We're right into the start. We're going to come to Alison after the start, but at the moment we've got live pictures from on the race course on board right now with San Diego Yacht Club. And now here we go for the start. 13 seconds to go. The countdown is on. We've got all the boats getting ready on the line. This is final moments as they head up. Here we go. And bow number 9, that's Corinthian Yacht Club winning the pin. Just to windward of them is the Royal Cork. And you can see the breeze has gone, well, the breeze, I can tell you, has gone way to the right. The course?
Course is W4 Windward Leeward. Same course we've had all week with a 1.3 nautical mile beat here with the 115 is of course access. And yeah, let's look at some stats here.
Ooh, over the line by a long way, Royal Canadian Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, and RSYC.
That would be the Royal Swedish.
Oh, very
we
good.
get stumped on them all the time.
Thank you. Look at that Hoth, Royal Vancouver, Royal Irish, Corinthian and Royal Cork, all good starts. Itchner going very fast at the top there. Here we go. The breeze lightened up a little bit. We're going to take this chance to go down to the water. Give us the tale of the turf. What did you see at that start, Alison Chenard?
That was a busy pin start. Corinthian did win that out, and Royal Cork had an impressive. They were trying to judge if they had passing room to head up there, and they did it without somebody on the bow. That takes some very fine knowledge of your spatial awareness as a driver. So they did a fine job picking their nose up and getting just to windward of Corinthian on that pin start. They're taking some waves to the bow here, so the boat speed is suffering a little bit on post. They had to tack off from the left tack. That is boat number 10, and they're going up the middle now, trying to clear themselves, get some clean air and a solid lane. It looks like number 19 is suffering as well a little bit. They are getting the dirty air of Royal Cork and Royal Vancouver, so that is Royal Thames is getting some dirty air, and looks like their head is out of the boat. They're trying to figure out what to do about it. And then on the tail of my boat here is 15, and that is Punta del Este, also not in the greatest air, so we're going to see how long they stick it out or if they're going to do something about it.
So the thought is the breeze is still going to the right. Are we looking at boats going to the right? We've got Royal Cork, New York Yacht Club, Rock Club Argentino, Eastern. The real question for me is Hong Kong. Where are San Diego? Can you see them? Did they make a decent fist of that start, Alison?
I unfortunately do not have eyes on San Diego, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're not doing great. We'll see how this pans out, but I think they're off on the right. It did not look like they had a terrible start from what I could see. We just had those two turning back. We'll see if they're taking a clean lane to go do what they need to do and get back in this.
Well, this is where the action is. Welcome to all our viewers around the world. The boat's coming off the starting line now. We've got live pictures from on the water. Because the breeze has gone to the right a little bit more, there's a gentle swell from the southeast. And we're back up with the tracker. San Diego are not bad. They are leading the fleet out towards the right. So that's not bad from San Diego. Not a bad start at all. And really it's where our Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, they're about in 7th right now. Hong Kong are towards the Vancouver.
Yeah, well, you're looking. I mean, we started this race again with only 5-point difference after a fantastic win in the last race from Royal Vancouver that set this up in San Diego. Did itself no favors by piling some points on it too. But Royal Hong Kong still holding strong there with 51 points, and Royal Vancouver now 61.3, and topping out the podium here, Royal Canadian 69 and Royal Thames at 74. So plenty to play for. We're into our 11th race, and that means we've got one more tomorrow. So this race will set things up nicely, I think, tomorrow.
So the real story is San Diego just getting their bows out, doing a very nice job, heading towards the right-hand side. Royal Hong Kong a boat length or two behind them right now, but they are leading towards the right-hand side as well. So remember, this is the second to last race, the penultimate race, so has big consequences for the podium and the overall lead.
Penultimate. We were looking for a new word for that. We've always found it to be about to move on. But yeah, San Diego Yacht Club a little bit pinned here, though.
Yeah, remember also the Resolute Trophy awarded to the top team outside of the North American. Here we go with the Royal Thames peeling out from that bad air underneath Royal Court. Corinthian Yacht Club having a good race. They are quite a nudge ahead here. Royal Canadian not doing so well right now. And New York Yacht Club, some of the boats starting to come back from the right-hand side. Has the breeze gone further to the right? That's the question. San Diego looking in quite good shape, but really it's a question about whether they can cross ahead of the New York Yacht Club, who are just being a little bit squeezed out by Itchner. Yacht Club Argentina now starting to come from the right-hand side. Are they going to go further to the right? That's the question. It's getting pretty busy on that right-hand side.
I think we, having sailed out here quite a bit, this is like we started the morning in the northerly. It's creeping and creeping around the east, southeast, now southeast, and I don't think this breeze is going to increase anymore. And you can see that the clothing is off. We're into kind of a normal southerly sea breeze. So good sailing coming up here. And boy, I've been hosed on this course. The left corner comes out stronger sometimes than you think. So, maybe a couple will wing it out there.
Very close in between San Diego Yacht Club and Royal Hong Kong from the right-hand side. And I think San Diego just getting slightly the better of it right now. We'll give you those updates as soon as the tracker settles down a little bit, quite a long way out. But great pictures from the drone looking over the southern end of Aquidneck Island.
Got to be some Gilded Age mansions there somewhere in that view.
Oh yeah, there are.
Zoom in. Yep.
Yep.
And local experts Ed Adams, I know he'd be looking at these fair weather clouds here, and this is driving the sea breeze. And man, this is the day where I wish I had Ed Adams on my weather team telling me which way to go.
Right. San Diego Yacht Club looking okay. Suddenly the left is looking a little better now, all the way up towards the left-hand side. There's a lot of boats, but they've all got to start coming back towards the right because they are getting in towards the top mark. 1.3 nautical miles, 1:15. San Diego look like they're in much better shape this time, though. Much better shape.
Yeah, I think they got off the start cleaner on that one, obviously, than the last. They were thinking they had a little bit of hook, and that got them all chicken winged, and they're happy to put that one behind us. New race.
New race, new horizons, but the boats very, very close to each other. San Diego look like they are towards the starboard ley line.
Yeah, this is the one challenge right of the big group out on the left, looking for opportunities to get back. There's a lot of blockers. Portac ley line is always very dangerous, and as we keep saying, we got the keep away mark that keeps things further down the course. So. Yeah, on board Punta del Este, they're part of this group that is getting further and further out into that left corner.
San Diego and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, both in the right-hand side. Here we are with San Diego just ducking underneath New York Yacht Club, allowing them to go to the right-hand side. San Diego, crucial thing for them, keeping clear air. Hong Kong having to duck underneath Itchner on the right-hand side, so not good for Hong Kong right now, good for those fans of the San Diego Yacht Club.
Nervous moments for sure. I mean, this is. I would not want to be in the left corner. Let's put it this way. But what happens here when we get into this lefty, then we end up with a little more port tack traffic coming to the mark. We're minutes away from that, but I'm sure Allison will bring us some fun when these guys meet at the top here.
Yeah, out on the left here, we now have this tack that has tacked back onto port with sights set on that keep away mark, and eventually their lay line to get around the bird mark. Far distance to try to call it, but we're on track and headed up. So the fleet is going to start condensing here up the course, and we're going to see which side benefited this.
Yeah, and as noted, we got more bodies forward of the boat, so we're down a little more in the wind range than we were earlier in the day. So this is a whole new race.
Japan Sailing Federation just crossing in front of San Diego. Are they going to tack on their breeze? Doesn't look like it. San Diego have got clean air. They're not on ley line, but they are coming up towards the top. Looks all cool and calm on San Diego. Good for them.
Yeah, they've got plenty of open course. Japan Sailing Federation was one of the early ones to check back in from the left side, and so I don't know if that's an ominous sign if you're on the right if that first boat makes the cross. But now we can start to see left of screen. Here comes that group out of the left. With Jake Liddell there, he looks pretty chill.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy. They've got a decent bit of clean air. They're in that right-hand wind.
Got some bodies down on the foredeck, so yeah, we're getting into the lighter end of this east-southeasterly.
I wonder if we'll see a few more jibe sets at the top here with the breeze going towards the right. Oh, it's gone quite light on board San Diego right now.
Yeah, bodies moving to leeward, bodies moving forward.
Yeah.
There you go, shuffle one guy. Yep.
Raw cork looking quite nice, slightly bow up, but as you say, bodies in. Gone down to, well, 8 to 11 probably now. No more than that.
Royal Cork had a good last race, and they're looking pretty strong here on the left. Certainly liking this offshore course.
Yeah, crucial moments when they get towards this top mark. Tracker's doing a good job of just hanging in there. It's quite a long way from shore, so give us a little space on the tracker where the technology's just doing its very best.
And just almost impossible to say positionally as the two groups come together. That tracker's going to start spinning numbers like a roulette wheel. Just it's gonna all change pretty quick.
Royal Vancouver doing very nicely, as are Corinthian, Hoth, Japan Sailing Federation. San Diego Yacht Club just about hanging in there.
Yeah, San Diego's pretty much centered up on the course.
Royal Cork with a 2-3-2 today. Royal Hong Kong with a 2-3. Both sharing the top spot for boat of the day.
What do they win for boat of the day?
A lot of bragging rights. Puffy chests at the bar.
Yeah, fast lane to the bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Speed lane.
Speed lane to the bar on board San Diego Yacht Club. They're doing their best to keep up here. They are not in the top 3, but it looks like they might get in at around 5th or 6th. The crucial thing for them is being ahead of some of these boats now coming in from the left-hand side. So looks like a tack here, early tack. So that suggests that they weren't crossing some of those boats coming in on the port side. Royal Cork coming in from that left-hand side. Who's that? Royal Prince Alfred, Royal Vancouver.
I think this is a natural thing that happens, right? Boats just keep getting pushed further and further left as they try to set up for any clean lane going into this mark, and then all of a sudden you're certainly overset on the weather mark or this keep off mark, which again comes into play. And yesterday there were a lot of boats that got caught off by this downwind offset mark. If the jibe set is the move, you cannot jibe set too early because you find yourself either inside that keep off or trying to soak to keep clear of it. And if you don't, then you're picking up penalty points from the umpires.
Yeah, just have to be careful on that downwind. Here we go with pictures from the Royal Cork on the Royal Cork Yacht Club. They've got some bodies out. So it looks like San Diego comfortably ahead of Royal Hong Kong right now. This will turn it all around. There's a 5th and a 14th here for the top 2 boats in the overall standings.
But I think, Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, we haven't yet quite seen them on the cameras, right? But I think they're probably really pretty. If they're on this port ley line of this keepaway offset, this is going to be a good slot in for them.
Japan Sailing Federation have just tacked just to leeward of San Diego Yacht Club, forcing them to tack back. That's bad for them, bad for San Diego. So San Diego are now going to have to do another 2 tacks into the top. New York Yacht Club having a good race here. Hong Kong, not so good. They're down in the dumps, I'm afraid. Crucial moments coming into the top, as you say, a lot lighter. 8 to 10, maybe 11 or 12 at the very most. Maybe we'll see more right-hand breeze as it just comes in towards the sea breeze. We're going to get a bit of sea breeze maybe this afternoon.
I don't know. I think we're into this easterly gradient that's been here all week and probably sticking around. So like I said, same thing happened last night down along the coast. Came in beautifully out of the east, and that's where it stayed.
It's getting light, though. It'll be interesting for the downwind.
Yeah, here on board Royal Swedish.
Yeah.
I was reading 9 knots last time I stopped, so it's lightening up, and the sea is churning up here. So there's a little bit of a sea shake, and that's one of the most painful conditions, light wind and some heavy chops. So we've got Royal Vancouver coming in. They just tacked onto their ley line with coast behind them. And I know I keep talking about the weather, but it blows my mind as a southerner. They were sighting as youth sailors, packing their bows with snow so that they could have snowball fights on the starting line as they were growing up sailing together. So this is a very tight-knit group of tight-knit crew on board here that have been sailing together for a long time, and it's good to see them finally having a better day. They're coming around windward mark here and going to get their pull out, so they have a small little lead on Hope. Not as much of a lead as their last race, but a lead nonetheless, and some breathing room to do exactly what they need to do: keep it clean, keep it fair, keep it fast. And then behind them is going to be Corinthian. Yep.
Yeah, deja vu that last race. Didn't they go into this weather mark with nice, clean slot? And I thought I saw San Diego duck behind the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, which was already on Port Ley. And again, not to go back to the same old battle, I think San Diego is going to have a hard time finding a slot to get in here clean again. And while Royal Vancouver is off and running.
Right.
Yes, San Diego looked like they were a little bit high on their port tack here, and they had to duck down beneath the keep away mark, so that's some extra distance sail, which is not what we're going for right now. And now they are approaching a very stacked starboard ley line coming in here. Everyone is just a little bit wishing their way around the mark. It's not the greatest tactic.
Yeah, San Diego having to duck underneath. All sorts of boats, including Eastern, Royal Cork. They're having to come around the keep away mark. Royal Cork ahead of them, so that is a tough break for San Diego. Still ahead of Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, but not by much. And
they are going slow, just trying to get around this mark, just taking everybody else up with them. But Well, the worst thing that happened, they drift on the mark. But it looks like they're clear of the robo mark and onto the offset.
Yeah.
And what's good about these marks is that they are robot powered. They have little motors on the bottom of them, which means there's no lines to catch. So thankfully, if you do hit one, there's not you might, you're not taking it on a ride or anything. It'll bounce back into place. But still want to avoid them as much as possible. And some of these guys are getting a little stuck. It looks like Eastern is pinching up. If they had more winds, they could carry their momentum around with their weight, but it doesn't look like that's the case. I think they're holding their breath. It doesn't look like they hit, but it was a little close for comfort there.
Oh, that was too close. Yeah. But it looks like they're all good. Yep. I don't see any turns, so Eastern just squeaked around. But they're about to get rolled by 6-7 boats as they try to.
There's San Diego 2, and there's Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club in bow 4. So it's neck and neck and neck now. There's only they're line astern from each other. This will be very interesting on the downwind. Now they are right next to each other, so it's all to play for. 3 more legs, a downwind, an upwind, and a final downwind. Jake Liddell looking very closely at Royal Hong Kong right behind them, easing that leeward runner. They've got their yellow spinnaker up. Royal Thames, I think, just in front of them. Is that Royal Thames or Itchner? Itchner, just ahead of San Diego.
A Corinthian and just Japan Sailing Federation having a good one here. So good day for Corinthian too.
Royal Thames not having their best race there.
No, and I think there's Royal Canadian. This has definitely not been their day.
No. Yacht Club Punta del Este coming in underneath everybody. They'll sail for a little bit, and some of those boats will then go for a jibe. I'd say the jibe's probably not too bad if the breeze is going to the right. Gives you an opportunity, but it is light. Look, there's Hong Kong jibing. So Hong Kong first to jibe away, and San Diego continue.
Nervous moments. Yeah, light. Everybody, look at it's almost 90% of the crew up forward of the companionway, so it's getting light. Wait forward. They got a lot of boats around, a lot of bad air. No doubt looking for an exit lane out of where they are at the moment.
Super light. I think probably the best thing to do is to continue on starboard, but you know.
Yeah, I think if in the general, the course axis, I think this starboard jibe is definitely the straighter direction down the course. And nobody else is going for it.
Yeah,
wouldn't take a lot for
the
Hong
fourth,
yeah.
fourth to jibe over there, and I mean some of these guys in the back, you're never gonna make gains if you follow all the time. So I think there's a little bit of a see what happens move that could be made out there. And I've got Royal
San
Vancouver
Diego
now jibing at the front here. Yep.
San Diego jibing into a real sucky light air spot though.
Yeah, and it's Corinthian, I believe, should be up in second place there. Snuck ahead of, or has, I guess, run ahead of Japan Sailing Federation, but a good one for Corinthian. Currently sitting in 6th going into this race, bumps them onto the podium, which goes 5 deep for this regatta. And for Corinthian, the team of the summer here in Newport Round through the Nationals and all the other warm-up regattas, looking for a good one. Royal Hong Kong has made its move. I don't know, Andy, is there sort of a point with San Diego? Do you jibe in desperation? Or do you stick to the fleet and, again, go chip back one boat at a time when this thing could come down to a point or two?
I think San Diego have done the right thing by coming out towards the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. And Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, Royal Vancouver, and Royal Canadian all battling, Royal Hong Kong, Royal Thames battling for the Resolute Trophy, not to be confused with the US qualifier for this event. The top non-North American boat.
Right.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alison.
No, I was going to agree with you that I think if Hong Kong hadn't jumped out there, I think San Diego may have been tempted to stay put. But I mean, if their competition is jumping out, they're going to see if they can go do it better.
There you go. Tim Waldo calling ley lines, old school style. Looking for the jibing angle back to the mark. They got to be getting pretty close. There you go. There's some bodies on the move. And here comes a jibe for Corinthian.
Yeah, I think if I was Hong Kong, I'd probably be jibing back here just to force San Diego into making a decision as to whether they come back with them and getting into the messy on the bottom. It's really about this crucial bottom mark rounding is absolutely crucial. If you can get a decent bottom mark rounding, you'll be away to the races. If it all gets messy and ugly at the bottom, that's going to be tough.
And Allison, it looks for here that the breeze is softening even. I know we're going downwind and it always looks soft, but is that the sense out there in the water as well?
Yes, it feels very soft, but it looks like Royal Swedish and Japan Sailing Federation have a little gusto behind them as they just dodge out. So there's a little mid-fleet toss happening, propelling them. And Hope seems to be taking the same toss. They are now the farthest down left of the pack.
Hoth Yacht Club doing a nice job. Currently in second. Coming back towards these bottom marks. Any sign of a course change? A Charlie flag at the bottom mark there, Alison?
Not in eyesight yet, but I would imagine they're considering something of that nature.
Well, I like where Royal Vancouver is. They're centered up on the course. Angle looks good going into the gate, and they're just defending. Looks like New York Yacht Club kind of just off their hip. It's the first time we've seen them up here in the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hannah Sweat and her team doing a good job in this race. All Swedish, Yacht Club Argentina, Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda, Royal Hong Kong, Itchner. I mean, that's got them marginally ahead of San Diego, but I don't think they are. I think they've got to stick a jibe in, and the jibe's going to come pretty soon, and it's going to be very busy coming into this bottom mark. San Diego just a little soft in the middle. Here we go. Royal Vancouver on port. Yeah. Team Teal looking down, a tactician checking where the ley lines are.
Yeah, I imagine this is a critical jibe, right? Because you've got fleet spread. They went middle left up this first beat, so maybe they're looking at right gate, right turn. Get clear of a lot of traffic over their hip at the moment.
Certainly, the risk is the breeze going right.
Yeah.
So as you look upwind, probably the right-hand mark. So that's a left-hand turn at the bottom here. That's probably what they're thinking if they've got all the choices.
All right, you're calling left gate. I think I'm calling right gate, right turn. One jibing in and off.
And I'm calling it elusive third. That doesn't exist. Just to be different.
On board San Diego, focused. That's the vibe I'm getting from them. Yeah, the mast is still up there.
These are the tense times here. As the breeze winds down. There's a lot of points at play here, and boy, I feel like we're back inside the bay. Big stress.
Here come Hong Kong. This is a great picture. Look at that. Hong Kong jibing onto starboard. We're on board with San Diego. This is the race right here. A little bit of a letdown there on San Diego. Hong Kong on starboard. Coming towards each other. Let's stick with this shot as best we can. We can't move these cameras, unfortunately, but there we go. There's Hong Kong. And it looks like San Diego are faintly ahead.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Well, both of them have a jibe here, so you go for you jump the jibe and cover,
maybe
or
not.
you try to get across if you want to go left gate.
Maybe not ahead now. Yeah. Oh, I like the onboard there. Can we stick with the onboard there on San Diego? If we've still got a picture from the onboard, it'd be great. Sometimes they freeze out those onboards. Stand by for the jibe on San Diego. Yeah,
lead
they're
them
going
back
to jibe.
here. This is
Yeah,
the
they're
race,
going to try and lead them back. It is the right thing to do, although I like that. I like the left-hand gate.
Yeah, this is what these guys all train for. Nice, subtle body movements, rolling through the jibes, the big squash on the end. You got to make, again, I think we were talking about
kinetics,
and on average you get 4 tacks, 2 jibes per race if you're sailing this race clean, and so if you only get 2, you got to make it a good one.
Hong Kong and San Diego. Look at that. They are right next to each other. And I think there's an opportunity here for Hong Kong to go left-hand turn here to go towards the right-hand side of the race course in a breeze that's nudging right. And San Diego may get pushed to the other mark, giving them a bit of separation. It's really Hong Kong. They just need to get ahead by, well, not much more than 2 or 3 boats to make it a very, very tight boat race when we come into this for the final race tomorrow.
Yeah, Allison, are you set up at the gate already?
We are down at the gate, yes, and Royal Vancouver is looking like they're aiming for, nope, I was mistaken. They are going for a left turn around course right gate. They faked me out here. A clean douse, and they're going to make a tight turn around that course right gate. Coming in behind them is Parisian Yacht Club, also eyeing that course right gate with a left turn. They're going to go off to the right side, and then this is going to get a little hairy behind them with Host Yacht Club. And who is that? That number there, the host is blocking them from my sight, but I believe that is about number 6 New York Yacht Club. Better race for them. So
all right, now the race.
We're gonna
Yeah, on the race committee boat there, we could see the Charlie flag up there on the bow. They're calling for a course change, shortening it up to a mile, and rotating the axis to 120. We started this one at 115, so alrighty. And congratulations, Andy, on calling that gate move.
Well,
I guess that's why you get paid the big bucks.
This is going to be really interesting. Look on the right-hand side of the screen, the yellow spinnaker, and we've got Hong Kong just trying to get inside them on this right-hand turn. That's the crucial thing. But at the free air all looks on the left-hand side. So Japan Sailing Federation doing a good job of getting this left-hand mark. But I suspect the free air is on the left-hand mark because nobody really wants to go to the left. Everyone wants to go to the right-hand side. But this is going to be a crucial rounding. We'll stick with this shot if we possibly can, because it's the yellow spinnaker and the Hong Kong Yacht Club spinnaker, which are going to be crucial. So both marks look relatively even, but if Hong Kong can get around this left-hand mark, get inside San Diego, can they? That's the question. San Diego are going to go for that left-hand mark. They really want to be on top of Hong Kong. I think they've just managed to do it. Look at that. They've just managed to do it. Now the question is, do Hong Kong want to continue? No, they don't. And they're following directly behind them. San Diego and Hong Kong, bows 2 and 4 right here. This is where the race is at. They didn't quite get mark room at that bottom. That was the crucial moment for Hong Kong.
Kite's a little sloppy coming down. They're a little bit loose coming out of that mark. But, yeah, well done to San Diego. They climbed themselves out of a bit of a hole there and are saving points there big time.
Boy, so light, though. Yeah. And I think if we see Hong Kong tack, we'll probably see attack immediately from San Diego.
There you go. But, yes, the fleet consensus is back out to the right, be further offshore. More breeze out in the ocean than left towards the coastline.
Hong Kong have really got a tack here. Yeah, there they go. Hong Kong go for the tack. San Diego, I would expect to tack straight away on top of them.
Was some boats doing penalty turns, or at least one.
Yeah, that looks like Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda doing a penalty turn.
Okay.
Corinthian Yacht Club and Royal Cork on the edge of the top 5 podium. This may well put them into podium spots with one race left to go tomorrow.
Back on board, San Diego Yacht Club, nice open space to get out to the right there. Chasing down the Royal Swedish Yacht Club in Corinthian, which is probably check. That's them, I think, checking in back from the right side there. They do the same.
Yeah, San Diego doing the right thing here, tacking back towards Royal Hong Kong. I'm sure that's the right thing to do. And they're in fresh breeze now on the right. So that was the crucial moment, I think, as they head upwind. Good call from San Diego.
And that's kind of what got them here, right?
Yeah. Smart tactics.
Good sail trim.
Yeah, if there's any left-hand shift, though. Aye.
Back on board the Royal Swedish Yacht Club.
Having a good race.
Yeah, I think it's been an overall good day for them. And, you know, they started this race 8th with 86 points. And, yeah, looking to climb at least a position for the day.
Royal Hong Kong are heading out towards the left-hand side. There's a big group of them further to Royal Hong Kong's left. So that's the group that Hong Kong want to stay ahead of. And they're still a little behind, just a nudge behind San Diego, but boy, it's not by much. It's one spot on the tracker, and it's only 15 minutes, it's only a couple of boat lengths. So if there's any kind of left-hand shift, San Diego and Hong Kong both in clean air. Royal Canadian and Royal Vancouver are the ones hopping their way up the leaderboard.
Oof, and yeah, again, that you could see how slow and light that bottom rounding was for the rest of the fleet, and these front runners, as is always the case, they've advanced well up the course, plenty of open space and ways to sail the boat as fast as you can. And Royal Vancouver, we'd said, needed to win a race or two to get this thing mixed up at the top of the standings, and they've done it once.
We can see Hoth here going towards the right-hand side. Now, as they get into the middle of the race course, the best place for them to tack is, in fact, right on the line of San Diego Yacht Club, who've picked themselves an excellent spot. The question is, will Hoth tack on San Diego Yacht Club as they continue there on port? Because the lane looks really nice where San Diego are. Hoth may want that spot.
Only one boat can have it, though.
We've got an update from that last mark rounding. Boat 20, Yacht Club Argentino, has been penalized by the umpires for taking mark room that they were not entitled to. So that is going to be some points for them, or a turn. I was not able to see the turn, but anyone watching, any fans from Argentina, that is what just went down.
Yeah, but a tough week for the Argentinians here. They in the last edition came out just really, really strong on the first couple days and before it went downhill. But yeah,
I suspect that Hoth may tack here on San Diego. I don't know. Maybe they'll continue a little bit. Maybe they like the right-hand side. The breeze is looking like it's going right. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club are getting a very nice right-hand wind. I think it's going right. I think the breeze is going hard right.
All right. Yeah, as we wind this up, I mean, we're talking about San Diego and Royal Hong Kong, but we've got the top 5, we've got the podium to sort out. Yeah, this is a big question. Who is going to make it after today with one race set for tomorrow? And how tight will the points be after all this? Plenty more racing to go, though. Got another downwind leg.
Yeah, there's a shot for Corinthian and Royal Cork maybe in this. Where are Royal Cork right now? Oh, no, they're Royal Canadian not so good. Royal Thames not so good. Royal Cork in 9th right now.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity, obviously, I think, for Corinthian to jump into the podium group. They can hold here on this second place here behind Royal Vancouver Yacht Club.
San Diego tack right in front of Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club.
Yeah, they know the team they need to beat.
Yeah, and Royal Hong Kong now peeling away. Protecting that right-hand side. Very smart tactics from San Diego Yacht Club. They're doing the right thing with their closest competitor.
And there you go. And there's Tim Wadlow and the tactician. As we, calling old school ley lines. He's got the VHF radio strapped on, wet notes in the pocket. What if he let us take a crack at those wet notes tonight? You think he would?
Right.
Yeah, maybe. I think he'd share those
You guys
with
have a
everybody
bingo
else.
card going for these tacticians?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Oh, yeah.
I've
You
yet
got
to
any more?
see it. I need.
Yeah, you've got any that were missed so far?
We just had Tim Wadlow giving it the Saturday Night Fever, finger in the air.
Ooh, good one. A classic.
Royal Vancouver Yacht Club now attacking Team Teal onto port. They got a decent lead, but they again are protecting this right-hand side. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club are getting pushed all the way to the left. That's bad news for them. Not good. The right-hand side is where the fresh breeze is coming from. Is that right, Alison? Right-hand side, fresh breeze.
Looks like it. Yep. And we. Never is welcome. We can take more of it.
Very good. Okay. Royal Vancouver doing a brilliant job here. This will get them into it as well, right? I mean, this is second, third. It'll solidify their position in the podium spots, top 5 for sure.
Yeah, this is great. Maybe for those catching up earlier in the week, their scores run through a 6. Once we throw in this redress or average 7.2, 7.2, a 6, 10, 3, 4, and then yesterday, remember, they finished the day with a 14th after one move they'd regret on the final leg, and making it all up for it today.
Yeah, there's some tactician karate going on there. If we carry on this way, then we tack, then we go this way, but it's the right-hand side. Royal Vancouver looking like they're going to win the day for sure here.
Absolutely.
With this would be a 2-3-1 or a 3-2-1.
God, man, it must feel so good for the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club to just look forward at the course and have nothing in front of them. Right? This is again all glory out in front of them.
And this is a much better day for them, especially with those weighted points after redress was awarded. Ben was saying it's mentally taxing where your worst finishes hurt even more, and your better finishes don't quite help as much as you need them to. So they just feel it's mentally taxing after that redress, and they've been working hard to get back in their groove and find that flow again after a tough start to the regatta. And they had an IC, and they've been practicing so hard, and that was a really tough way to begin it. But this is looking more in their favor today, so we're happy for them.
Yeah, this is a long week. Like, the social side, the races, the long days on the water. There's a lot going on, and it's a battle of just holding on.
Oh yeah, those tough socials down on the lawn under the tent at the New York Yacht Club Harbour Court. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club coming up towards the top mark with a very handy lead. They've sailed extremely well. Hoth Yacht Club, we've got a lot of boats from the island of Ireland. We're not going to be too specific about Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, and those from the Republic of Ireland in the southern part of Ireland. There's been far too much talked about that over the last few hundred years.
It'd be great to see some stats coming out of this mark running, because I feel like Vancouver just
blitzed.
They
blitzed it.
Yeah, there's way more distance here between them and the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, good for them. They've really got the bit between their teeth today, haven't they? Excellent work.
I mean, nobody's even close to setting up on a late line here behind them.
Yeah, they've got really great communication on board, even down to a series of taps between their tactician and their trimmers. If it's one tap on the shoulder, it's a small burp on the sheet. If it's 2 taps, it's a bigger blow. and so they've got some coordinated movements that they don't even have to talk about, and it's coming in handy for him. Silently moving around the course.
Huge lead. Wow, fantastic. This, the second upwind. So this, the final downwind.
Yeah, that's amazing. So, Allison, what happens if you need a big bird? Is that a slap upside the head, or do you take, or is that it? Just 2 taps?
I think it's a pat on the back, isn't it?
A knee to the spine is what the heck was that? We've got. It can get really colorful.
Yeah.
Big pat on the back for a burp, just like we used to do with the kids.
Well, that's good. Well, that's the time together sailing the boat, right? Working on the comms, working on the boat handling, the boat crew work. That's what makes these teams as good as they are. And Corinthian, nice job for them. They too could have put a big bit of distance between the rest of the fleet on this last leg.
Yep, coming around the windward mark now is Post, and then behind them is Royal Swedish, and we said their team name was Weave Dreams, and that is definitely made of these, and who am I to disagree?
Oh, very good.
And this might be Holt's best result if they can hold this third. I mean, they had a 4th yesterday. I don't think they've been in the top 10, but this could be one to get a couple drinks over. 3rd for Hof.
Yeah, Alison, keep us in with San Diego Yacht Club and Royal Hong Kong, because Royal Hong Kong are certainly looking for something.
I will do my best. We are trying to stay with the front of the fleet, which is not quite where San Diego and Hong Kong are, but I will do my best from afar.
All right. My guess is they're buried in this. There's a group we could see from this perspective, right, a little deeper in this next group that's going around. I think they're in this maybe 4 or 5 boats back in this next group.
I mean, everybody's looking for something. Yeah. Round the top, Royal Cork, Yacht Club Italiano. New York Yacht Club had a bit of a problem. What went on there? Okay, so how's San Diego? How are Royal Hong Kong? Are they close? I think Royal Hong Kong may have just slipped ahead here. So we're looking for bow 2 and bow 4 as they come around the top. We'll stick with this shot right here. This is Royal Prince Alfred and Itchener. That's Itchener right there, bow 11. Just getting inside them for a little bit, but behind them is bow 4. Royal Hong Kong have slipped ahead. They got ahead of San Diego right here. Look at this. Hong Kong, how did they manage that coming in from the left-hand side? That's unreal. So bow number 4, is this bow number 2? No, it's bow number 1. So that's the Japan Sailing Federation. So there's another boat in between. Surely not.
Yeah.
No, surely not. San Diego must have gone around already.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe San Diego were just to windward. No, that's Royal Hong Kong.
There you go. They're hoisting now here on board. So.
All right, well.
Nervous moments. No, right. That's Royal Hong Kong right in front of them, so maybe
yeah.
a little bit delay here. Yeah.
So Royal Hong Kong directly in front of San Diego. So Royal Hong Kong now have a little opportunity here.
They are locked. The battle has indeed been taken outside.
Right. Oh, my word. This is unreal.
Okay, well, they're going to have some fun going down this leg, final leg of this 11th race here on the penultimate day of the regatta. Don't forget, we've got one more tomorrow, which will sort all of this out.
San Diego now. There we go. Look how close this is. I mean, 1 point would be enough. Hong Kong just need to finish ahead here. If Hong Kong finish ahead of San Diego, that'll tighten it up to 4 points. And 4 points is nothing going into the last race. Nothing at all. In fact, even 5's fine. That gives Hong Kong a real opportunity. I mean, I'm not paying it off. San Diego are going to be fighting for every bit of this, and they've both sailed fantastic regattas. San Diego, particularly, have held that leaders spinnaker all the way through the event. But now, their grip on it just a little little less firm than it was before. Oh, here we go, the jibe. Here we go, the jibe. Jibe on Hong Kong. Hong Kong decide to jibe away. They've taken it out, and San Diego let them go. I'm surprised. Very surprised indeed. I think San Diego should have gone with them, because what happens if Hong Kong gain 3 boats here? Ooh. Everyone now jibing on port. So San Diego have to really continue quite a bit here. And this gives the opportunity for starboard advantage to the Royal Hong Kong when they come back towards the bottom mark. It's actually the finish, coming down towards the finish.
Yeah. Do I pull out the history sheet again? This is 2021
no,
now we're talking about.
No, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to give the fans of the San Diego Yacht Club any PTSD from 2019.
Or 21.
Oh man, really?
Yeah. So yeah, back in 2021, they were third. They finished the event third overall. They had a decent start to the event. Went on to win 4 straight races, and they were 9 points behind the regatta leader. They're all friends on Southern Yacht Club before the final day. And then remember, all the signs went straight to San Diego Yacht Club, climbing to the top of the board. But then in 18th and 11th in the final 2 races, back to third they go. History.
In the lead, sailing beautifully today, Royal Vancouver. They'll be wondering why they couldn't sail like this all week. Well, that's because they had 2 races with a broken spreader.
It's been so great to watch them just get right back into it, keep it cool, and again, but they're also probably gonna rue that 14th yesterday as well. That was a big race for them.
I'm seeing some kites that are struggling to stay full down here. Some careful communication between the swimmer and the driver to keep that as full as possible, and some minimal crew weight. If anyone sees on cameras here, if it looks like the crews are laying down and taking a nap, they are tired physically and mentally. This is a mentally challenging day, but they're just moving their torsos in and out for minimal adjustments on board. And then they'll also do some coordinated crew presses, which is just trying to move all the bodies as if it were just one moving across the boat. So we just saw Corinthian do a press to windward as they got into this puff here. So everyone is finally communicating through these nuanced conditions to try to get down as quickly as possible and as smooth as they can.
All right, there's some projected standings for you, Andy.
Oh my word!
Oh yeah, look
Stop.
at this.
This is the boats are so
happening.
close.
Yeah.
You don't take this for reals, people, because San Diego Yacht Club can't be. They're not in 17th. No. But look how tight the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club are bringing this. They're bringing the noise. Only 7 points behind. So I think it's far more likely that San Diego will probably finish just a point or 2 behind Hong Kong's. But again, it's going to tighten it up. Hong Kong look better on the tracker, but San Diego, I actually quite like where they've gone. They've carried on starboard all the way to the right-hand side of the racecourse. Camera's staying with the leaders at the moment. That's Corinthian Yacht Club.
Yeah, they're probably they're just going to follow Royal Vancouver with one final jibe into the finish. Yeah, there they go, setting up for it. And so they're going to follow Royal Vancouver across and just let the rest of it play out behind them.
Here comes Corinthian. Oh, let the windward sheet off as they do a late main jibe. Corinthian just matching Royal Vancouver. You can see them just to leeward. And we go straight on board with them. Get the Traveller up a little bit. It's very light coming into the finish. Not far off the finish here. I tell you though, whatever happens, it's set us up for a humdinger, a real mouth-watering race tomorrow. Woohoo!
Just when it was starting to be predictable, it becomes unpredictable. This is great.
This is the best thing about this big fleet, 20 boats, amateur racing. IC37's absolutely one design.
different race courses, different conditions.
Yeah.
We've pretty much had it all. Yeah, right. And the boats are provided. The rigs are all in tune. Sails are the same. Boats the same. It's all about the experience of the trimmers and the boat handling of the crew and the composure of the tacticians and the helmsmen to get these results. This is. I am stoked for Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. I mean, there were fist bumps and high fives and hugs last time around. What do you think we're gonna get this one? Like, okay, here's another one.
Well, actually, right now they're jibing in towards the finish. They're going to be like, hold on a sec, we got a chance to win this.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Fantastic.
Corinthian just coming in behind them. We're going to we can see from this drone shot here.
Yeah, well, we got to see how this one plays out for San Diego and Hong Kong. There's still a lot of race course left to go, but for Royal Vancouver, a 5-1-1. Incredible. That's great. Royal Cork knocking up their best day yet, and Houth about to get their top third. Looking like it.
Oh, I think San Diego might be good here. I think San Diego might be good. I think that.
Oh, there's the hugs. Come on, don't miss the hugs. They're in. High fives.
Hugs for high fives.
Yeah, well, that's Corinthian giving the hugs this time. Too.
Yeah, Corinthian giving the hugs. Tim Wadlow, not really a hugger, but he's doing his best to.
But there's a good tactician. Gets right up on the lazy sheet, helping with the cleanup.
He's just moved. There we go. He's just moved to help get the spinnaker down, so he doesn't have too many of his crew invading his personal space. There he is on the left-hand side.
There you go.
Good job, Corinthian. And the left-hand side, actually the jibe set didn't work out well. And I actually think San Diego might have pulled a rabbit out of the hat here. I think San Diego might well have put 5 points on here, right at the end.
Big mistake then, you're thinking, for Royal Hong Kong. Should have stuck with them.
Certainly seems that way, huh?
All right, we've got our next contest coming in here with Royal Swedish and Host Yacht Club. Host tried to head Royal Swedish up, and they pushed them into a really nice putt, and they took that and rode it down and rolled them a bit, and they are now taking a deep dive and trying to carry their momentum, and it's working across the finish line. They just get straight at that line and tried to get across as quickly as possible. They are celebrating on board there. That is a great finish for them in third.
There you go. Okay, so I jumped it on the Royal Holt. We thought they were going to get their top third, but it is fourth for them with Royal Swedish Yacht Club putting in a great one with the top three.
Here
they played with fire, and they got the horns.
There you go. Soaking low to get the finish. The Swedes get third.
Here come Itchner in fifth. And now it's going to be very close. Look at San Diego on the left-hand side, and in the middle of that pack on the right is Royal Hong Kong. And I think San Diego are going to put some more points on them here. It's going to be very close, but I'm pretty sure that San Diego Yacht Club are closer here to the finish. And I think San Diego are pretty close to jibing here now for this finish. And they've taken boats. They've taken a few boats, for sure.
And a great one for Itchnor. Top five.
Okay, San Diego Yacht Club looking like they're going to finish in ninth. Okay, I'm being corrected. Tim Wadlow, he's a hugger apparently. He's a lover, not a fighter. He's a fighter as well, but he's a lover. Good job, San Diego here. They're going for their jibe, and 7 points. 7 points would be a decent lead if they can nail that to the floor. But Hong Kong has still got to get over the finishing line.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Yeah, this could be crucial for San Diego. So first, Royal Vancouver, Corinthian, Swedish, Hoth, Itchner. Then we've got Royal Cork, Eastern Japan, San Diego. Here we go. San Diego Yacht Club across the finishing line.
Big sigh of relief there. It didn't get any worse than it could have. So saved some points. Saved it for one final race for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nicely done, San Diego.
Yeah, they got a good point. Or yeah, they certainly got. Yeah, I think they got 2 points on. They turned it around by 3 points there on Hong Kong. Royal Cork in 6th. Japan Sailing Federation. Eastern.
I suppose you could say they turned it around, or Royal Hong Kong helped them turn it around.
Okay. Okay, these are unofficial right now. Maybe it was a 5 point. Look at that, it's 5 points. These are unofficial overall standings after what was a nail biter. Hong Kong came back into it against San Diego. San Diego did a great job on that final downwind. So we've got 55 points for San Diego, 64, 9 points down. Royal Vancouver with 66, then Corinthian Yacht Club, a great day today with a 4-2 in the last 2 races. Then we've got Royal Cork, Royal Thames, Royal Canadian, Royal Swedish Yacht Club, Eastern, and then New York Yacht Club. They are your top 10 finishers. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, Japan Sailing Federation, Hoth having a great race today in 4th. Royal Prince Alfred, Yacht Club Italiano, the standings just changing a little bit. We're going to get these to you in the YouTube comments on the official site. Also, the New York Yacht Club results page. That's where you really want to see the official stuff. These are just our unofficial results. Itchner Sailing Club having a great race in 5th there to take them to 163 overall points. Well, it's been quite a day, Dave.
As with the Argentinians bringing it across the line. I mean, this is a long, hard day, as Allison mentioned, for these teams. 3 races, probably in crazy conditions. And, man, I'm almost tired just watching them right here on the boats. And but, yeah, plenty of storylines to play. We've got the San Diego Hong Kong Yacht Club to play for tomorrow. Fantastic day for Royal Cork. And to me, the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, the Royal Van, is the story of the day for sure. Their redress points have now been locked in at 8. So those stand. So the redress thing goes out of the way, and they're now just 2 points out of the silver, which is great for them. Fantastic.
Well, wonderful to get such a good day of racing in. 3 good races outside with a shifting breeze heading towards the right-hand side. As Dave said, Royal Vancouver Yacht Club had an excellent day, but the battle royale was between San Diego Yacht Club and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. Those 2 teams battling it hammer and tongs all through the day. San Diego Yacht Club eventually, on the last half of the last run of this penultimate race, squeaked out another few points to go in tomorrow with a 9-point lead. But as we've seen today, all is possible with 20 boats, one design racing. We're looking forward to a superb finale. It'll be Super Saturday here at Harbour Court for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational 2025. We look forward to seeing you then. Start time slated for 11 o'clock. We'll keep you posted. We'll see you tomorrow.
This club is kind of the lighthouse of amateur sailing.
This event is the best sailing event I've done ever.
You know, this is the top Corinthian fleet in the world, and if you make mistakes, you're going to pay.
The Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit. It celebrates amateur sailing at its finest.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, it really sets a great stage for bringing it, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team.
I would say this is the most prestigious event. Should be on your bucket list.